This hearing of the Senate Select Committee on the Impact of Climate Risk and Insurance Premiums and Availability for its inquiry into the impact of climate risk on insurance. I begin by acknowledging the sovereign owners of the land we gathered on, the Bunjalong people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. As the committee's first public hearing for this important inquiry, I think it's very appropriate that the committee start its hearing here in Ballina, where in 2022 the people of the Northern Rivers region experienced the costliest climate-driven disaster in Australia's history, as well as frequent floods over previous decades. On behalf of the committee, we thank those who are giving evidence before us today and are mindful that some of your evidence will be difficult to give. But we remind you that your stories and your experiences do matter. Without hearing what you as individuals, as families, as businesses, as local councils have gone through, and what you would like to see into the future, the committee cannot make meaningful recommendations for government to reform. We will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. And I have Deputy Chair, Senator Sheldon, as well as committee members, Senator Andrew McLaughlin, who is on the phone, and Senator Sharma. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live with open captions via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses who have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies are adopted. If a witness objects to answering the question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. Could I please remind those contributing that you cannot divulge confidential, personal, or identifying information when you speak? If you wish to supplement your evidence with written information, please forward it to the Secretariat after this hearing. And I ask everyone to please ensure that you have switched off or turned your mobile phones to silent. Thank you. And I now welcome representatives from Ballina Shire Council and Lismore City Council. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Is this turned on?
Yes.
My name's John Gibbons. I'm the General Manager at Lismore City Council.
And Steve Craig, I'm the Mayor of Lismore City Council.
Sharon Cadwallader, I'm the Mayor of Ballina Shire Council.
Paul Hickey, General Manager, Ballina Shire Council.
Thank you everyone for being here. I now invite Mayor Cadwallader from Ballina Shire Council to make a short opening statement.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming. The General Manager has actually prepared the opening statement, so I will hand over to the General Manager, Mr Hickey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the invitation. This is a very complex issue, so I do look forward to the recommendations that come out of the review. I think from an overall council and sort of community perspective, trying to get greater transparency and cost effectiveness in the whole insurance side of things is one of the key things, because it's very difficult from a council and a community perspective to understand how the insurance works and how you can get premiums and so forth. One of our big issues has been the whole flood modelling, where councils have their flood modelling maps, and we get told the insurers use those flood modelling maps, but again, there's no real connection between that. So trying to actually understand have that information publicly available so people can check it easily and so forth would be make a big difference to us. We have previously made a submission and we talked about a few different things about how the Insurance Council should be involved in community recovery centres. One of the things we had was all the agencies were there, but there was no real insurance representatives at those community recovery centres, and a lot of people are after insurance and so forth. Some of the other things we talked about were the delays in demolition approvals as well, where some insurers would actually approve it on photographs and so forth, but others would take months to actually approve that demolition. So there'd be rubbish put on the side, we'd pick it up quickly, but then there was again 3, 6, 12-month delays in some of those things. The flood mapping I've talked about. And the other thing we'd made a submission on is whether or not this region should be part of some reinsurance pool like in northern Queensland. So that whole climate change issue, is our region unique because of that? So do we need to be considered as part of that? So there's just a few opening points that we can talk about a bit further and discuss to see what the options are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hickey. And if I could go to Mayor Craig from Lismore Council to make a short opening statement.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming to the Northern Rivers. As you said in your opening statements, one of the most affected due to natural disasters, one of the most affected regions, and insurance is probably the biggest roadblock to the Northern Rivers recovery. We're 2.5 years on from the devastation of 2022, and still there are people sitting in unlivable houses waiting on insurance outcomes. On a council perspective and from our community perspective, the 2480 postcode has been declared by the Insurance Council as uninsurable, which puts everyone's lives on hold, whether you're a resident, small business owner. We rely on insurance for every aspect of our lives, and since the privatisation in particular of insurance companies, it feels like they're very unregulated. They are answerable to shareholders rather than their premium holders, and that becomes a real problem because profit is far more important than what their core role is in covering risk. And a risk-based industry has now become risk-averse, and we are finding that across the whole Northern Rivers, and I can speak for Lismore in particular that our council is suffering, unable to be able to ensure buildings that are state and federally funded to be rebuilt but are uninsurable, and homeowners that have overcapitalised in rebuilding their lives and their homes that can't insure their properties in future because insurance companies who were built on protecting against risk are now not taking any risk across not only the Northern Rivers but across the nation. And it's a real problem, and it's something that really needs to be addressed quickly. I know parliamentary inquiries don't move as fast as what we would like, but 2.5 years on, our city should be recovering far better than what it is, and the biggest roadblock in our recovery is dealing with insurance companies. So I welcome this inquiry and look forward to discussing some of the more difficult problems over the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Craig. And it's always a privilege to be here in this part of beautiful New South Wales. But we all do feel for the community at this point and over the last 2.5 years. So if I might hand over to Deputy Chair Senator Sheldon to start with the questions.
I'm sure that we're all going to cover quite a field of different questions, so I'll just take a small proportion because we've obviously got a short period of time. But again, I want to also express my appreciation because of all of you coming here this morning. I appreciate having to retell the story on a number of occasions can be challenging, but also I think as both speakers have said in the outline, and I'm sure the conversations we had leading up to today, that the information you'll give today will be, again, very informative for the Senate and for Parliament more generally. So I was going to go to the question then, just on the there's one of the initiatives of the Hazards Insurance Partnership is undertaking is to work across government and industry to compile a national picture of insurance affordability and coverage, which we're hoping is going to be finished in the very near future. And in your council regions, do you have any anecdotal data about evidence about the level of insurance coverage or lack thereof?
Apologies to interrupt. Before you answer that question, just wanted to ask you, 9 News are here. Just wanted to ask if committee members or witnesses are fine to be filmed. That's okay.
You're used to that, that's all right.
Just had to ask. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry.
So I just want to go to this question then about the getting the evidence together about the effect of the number of people who are insured and uninsured. And the example Mayor Craig that you just gave was about, obviously about the insurance companies and saying, with the postcode now being uninsurable. Is there other examples in Ballina and also in Lismore Council that you're aware of insurance companies taking those sorts of steps, but also the anecdotal evidence about the number of people who are not taking up insurance now in comparison pre-event?
There was a recent report put out, I know Clarence Valley, just south of us, but still very much in our region, is the Insurance Council has basically said that region is going to be uninsurable in the next 10 years. And by uninsurable, I refer to where our greatest risk is. So our business community, for example, can insure for everything but flood. And our greatest risk, obviously, where we live is flood. So we can insure against bushfires or storm damage or the like, theft, all those other things. But where our greatest risk lies, obviously, at the moment is flood, and that is unavailable to anyone in Lismore at the moment. And I know of businesses who have been quoted $330,000 to take 12 months of flood coverage on their building. Out of 20 insurance companies, one has come back with flood coverage at a premium of $330,000 for a building in our main street, in our CBD block. After the 2017 disaster, there was very strong talk about a self-insurance fund in Lismore, because if every business, and we've got 4,000 registered businesses, God knows how many unregistered businesses, but we won't talk about that, 4,000 registered businesses all putting in, say, $5,000 per year into a self-insurance fund, we would be a mile better off doing that than working through insurance companies. And as I said in my opening statements, insurance companies were designed to protect against risk, but ever since they've privatised and become slaves to the shareholders, their interest is in profit and not protecting their policy holders, and it's a real problem. You want to be able to insure against your greatest risk, and I know it's not, ours is flood. Western Australia is bushfire. They can't get bushfire insurance in Western Australia. It is a national problem that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. The GM covered off very well on the submission was made on the 11th of June 2024 with those recommendations. But if we're talking about postcodes, I think one of the biggest issues is that an LGA, a local government area, is captured under the same postcode, even though they may not be flood affected. And this is certainly the case in Ballina. Parts of Ballina certainly were flood impacted, but we all share the same postcode, or pretty much do. If we talk about East Ballina, across the Messingham Bridge, high on the hill, captured under the same postcode, yet premiums have doubled, tripled, quadrupled because of the flooding that occurred across the region. I think there needs to be a breakdown on postcodes. clearer policies and responsibilities from the insurance companies. The complex issues that I see, some of them defining riverine flooding. I mean, we were talking back in the 21-22 floods as a catastrophic event, yet we had hydrologists coming into properties trying to determine whether they would be insured or not. And to me, the complexity, the stress put on those policy holders was unnecessary. It's the loopholes, I believe, in insurance policies that have to be closed. And if I give you an example, we had a power outage here last week, and Essential Energy claimed no responsibility for that, and insurance companies claimed no responsibility for it because it wasn't caused from storm and tempest. It was caused by maybe tree branches falling on power lines or a motor vehicle accident. And personally, I had that same experience with GIO Insurance Company. No, you're not insured. And Essential Energy, no, there is no responsibility for that. So where does the responsibility lie when your premiums are so high and you think you're covered for those sorts of things? So we had some homes, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of all their electrical equipment taken out. In my case, it was the computer screens, massive disruption and cost. So clearer policies, clearer guidelines on who is responsible for things like that and close the loopholes. I think that's what I would say there.
I just want to. And thank you for those provocative answers. It's really important that we give that deep consideration. One of the things that I know has been raised in a number of forums is this question about what happens with the measures for when mitigation and resilience measures are actually put in place, and whether there's been lower premium benefits that have followed, or is there a disconnect? And concerns about whether insurance companies are taking proper consideration of not only when you're saying when a postcode gets isolated, to say that everybody in that postcode is going to be treated the same, even though they're at substantially different height levels. They may not be flood affected, they may not be bushfire likely to be bushfire affected either in the same degree. But this question about when resilience of actual homes, when people rebuild, have you found a system or situation where the insurance companies have or haven't been taking into account those improvements of resilience when they're allocating or deciding on insurance premiums?
It's an excellent question. Thank you, Deputy Chair, because Lismore has really overcapitalised on the reconstruction and rebuild, and I'm talking about the private sector. We've got 80% of our businesses that have returned, or new businesses that have come into our CBD, and they have, by overcapitalising, I say they have rebuilt in a flood resilient way. And I want to make the point that the 2022 disaster was over and above anything that anyone ever expected. I've never seen our city better prepared for a flood than what I did on February 28, 2022, because the forecast was for an 11-metre flood event. Now, Lismore, and I'm sure Ballina would be in the same scenario as well, if it was an 11, 12-metre flood, Lismore would be back up and trading in 3 to 5 days. No doubt you wouldn't be sitting here asking us about our experiences. The fact that it was 14.5 metres, unprecedented, incorrectly forecasted, if I might say, has put the business owners and the property owners and the homeowners in the position of now preparing for those more extreme events. So Lismore has built back in a far more flood resilient way than ever before. Now, I hope I never live through another 14.5 metre flood through Lismore again. But if we do, we will be able to bounce back a lot quicker than what we did in 2022. I still hope that there are a lot of flood mitigation measures to come to protect our residents and the whole of the Northern Rivers. That's still critical in our rebuild, but you know, things like building materials being water resistant and waterproof is a lot more expensive, but critical to where we live. We accept that we live on a floodplain. We accept that we face that risk. So we've rebuilt even better and much more flood resilient. Yet still, I come back to the example, the insurance companies are not insuring for that flood resilience that's being put into place. They're basically wiping their hands of their responsibilities of communities like Lismore, Ballina and the whole of the Northern Rivers, saying it's too hard. And it impacts every single aspect of our lives. For those business owners that have rebuilt, to not be able to insure the massive investment that you've put in, for those business owners that want to sell, for those people that want to take a risk and start a business or buy a business, you cannot get finance without insurance. It's as simple as that. Banks will not lend without insurance, which in my opening statement I said insurance is the biggest roadblock to our recovery. These are the examples that are holding our city back and holding our region back, because if you go into a bank saying, I've got a really solid business proposition, have you got the insurance? Well, I can't get it. So that is declined. You know, it is causing an amazing amount of stress, coupled with what people are living through. It is just another layer of stress and anxiety that is building across our region, but in particular in Lismore.
Thank you.
Yeah, as Mayor Craig said, that's a very good question, because I know on Ballina, over the last 15 years, we've had 3 new subdivisions that have been built to new field levels. So we've been flood modelling for the last 30 years, and we've made people build to the extra field level. And I was always worried they would still get flooded, but River Oaks, Ferngrove, West Ballina and Burns Point Ferry, all those subdivisions never got flooded. So I'd be interested to see if their premiums, because they're still part of the flood mapping, are actually the same as their neighbours who did get flooded. So I think it's a very good question. I'd like to actually see if actually they do get some reduction, because they never got impacted by that flood. So, yeah, it was good that we did this modelling over many years and they actually didn't get flooded. So that was a good outcome. But I bet you that's not reflected in their insurance premiums. So that's a good question to follow up on.
GM, I can answer that question.
Because I actually went through the whole review with our insurance policy. And no, because you've got that postcode, as I said before, you all come under that one blanket. I think that's totally unfair. Those people that built up their properties, according to council's policy, should have been able to get a reduction, because, as GM said, they weren't flood impacted. I totally endorse what Mayor Craig said too about banks will not lend unless you've got adequate insurance cover, and that acts as a handbrake on our economy. So most definitely, I go back to the National Reinsurance Pool Scheme. That's something I've been advocating for since the floods, something that would help and assist us here on the Northern Rivers to get back on our feet, because certainly we can't do it alone. And that the confidence that's required to keep businesses in business is critically important to keep the economy going. But there is one very important point too when it comes to look at the when you're looking at reviewing insurance policies with insurance companies. For the first time, there's CSIRO are doing the study of the whole of the Richmond catchment, and it's never been done before. 97% has always gone, of all funding has always gone into recovery, and only 3% into mitigation. And this is where, when this study comes through, if the feasibility study stacks up and it is funded, then all insurance policies should be reviewed, and there should be an absolute I guess, time where they say we are insurable, not uninsurable, because it cannot go on as business as usual. You know, things are happening now and it's going to take time, but in the interim period, we do need that insurance cover in the form of some sort of reinsurance pool so we can keep continuing to move forward.
Picking up that point, there's a pilot, and thank you for your answers in that point about both the reinsurance, the funding pool, but also how we get insurance down and what the insurance companies are actually doing. Are they doing their job efficiently and effectively? There's been a pilot study done in Bundaberg, and there's a part of that program with both government, national government and state government, covering 80% of cost of improvements up to a maximum value of $15,000, including GST, where people have taken that option up. There's been a 9% decrease in premium prices. Does that sort of, again, exemplify the fact that there's an ad hoc approach by the insurance companies because there is value if they start looking at people and the real risk rather than feather bedding where there isn't risk? Do you think there's a question of the insurance companies have got a long way to go? This example that's happened in this pilot means that they have a long way to go, so they're still not giving the benefits. Back to your point before, Mayor Creagh, even though there's been improvements, substantial amounts of money, particularly spent by private business, to improve their decreasing their risk, but that decrease in risk hasn't resulted in a decrease in insurance premiums.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I honestly don't believe the insurance companies themselves know what they're doing. And I say that with all due respect, in that they're actually very reactive rather than being proactive. We don't have the insurance companies coming in and examining the work that has been carried out since the flood to see the mitigation. They're quick to send an assessor out after a disaster and find reasons why they can't cover you, but they're not on the ground after a rebuild to say, well, this guy's ripped up his timber floor, he's replaced it with concrete and waterproof epoxy. This is a far more resilient property now. We can insure that. They don't do that. You know, it's all based on computer screens and postcodes, and rather than being proactive and actually getting out and having a look at the improvements, I can tell you right now, if an 11, 12 metre flood came through our CBD, like I said before, we would be back up and trading in 3 days. We are that much more flood resilient and better prepared now than what we were 2.5 years ago. And I say that only for the private sector. As a local, state and federal government, we've still got a long way to go to get to that point, but our recovery is being built around the private sector investing. And, you know, I can give you examples about insurance companies' inadequacies until the cows come home, but, you know, they're not, in our case, our insurers have left town. Before 2022, we had NRMA Insurance Office, we had Suncorp Insurance Office. They're nowhere to be seen in Lismore anymore. So it's that private sector that have reinvested and have recommitted to the rebuild and the recovery of our region. The insurance companies have thrown up their hands and walked away and put it in the too hard basket. And it's a struggle and it's a constant battle for our...
It's almost a question of taking a lazy solution rather than actually taking the value of the capital investment to make the properties and the businesses more resilient.
100% right.
We might go to Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And thank you, Mayors and General Managers for appearing today and sharing with us your some of the challenges you're encountering. I did want to just explore this, the uninsurable concept. So, Mayor Creagh, you mentioned that parts of Lismore are uninsurable now. So that means they can't get. Is it just flood insurance that's not available?
Yeah, it's just flood. You can
So you
insure
get
for
fire, thefts, that sort of stuff.
everything that you never claim on. You can insure for. The one thing that you want to claim on, you can't get insurance for.
And you're told that you can't get insurance, or the premiums are so outlandish that it would never make commercial sense. Like it's.
Yeah, I'll use the example of one particular business that I know of, but it is so widespread. The quotes that I've heard are anything from $115,000 to $330,000 to add flood cover to your policy, which sits at around $10,000.
Yeah.
To cover your fire, theft, all of those other things. $10,000 a year for a building and a business in the Lismore CBD to cover everything that you don't need.
Yeah.
But to add that flood cover on, it increases into six figures.
Right. Okay.
Can I just add to that, please, Chair? I'm a more recent arrival in the Northern Rivers. I wasn't here as part of the 2022 flood event, and I can only imagine the impacts on people and property and the like. But from a council perspective, and just to build on the comments that other members here have commented on in terms of building back better, so. Lismore City Council and the Commonwealth have invested a lot of money in our buildings, but on that point around building and contents insurance, Lismore City Council in 2016 had $3.5 million worth of flood coverage for buildings and contents. That premium cost has increased by more than 160%, and today we have no insurance for our property portfolio in the area of flood coverage for buildings and contents, despite building back with resilient surfaces, finishes, all sorts of measures. So in many respects, we're supported through the DRFA process that we can seek funding to build and repair, rebuild flood-impacted buildings, but those where we may have property that is covered by, is let to third parties, and they may be groups in the community. If there's a commercial aspect to it, we're not covered, but certainly the contents within those buildings aren't covered.
Okay. So what would businesses do now, Mr. Krieg? Let's say if they can't get flood insurance, but there's obviously businesses operating in Lismore, they're just self-insured against that risk.
You're living with the risk.
Yeah.
And it's as simple as that. And like I said, it's such a huge impact that I don't think the insurance companies fully comprehend the impact on everyone's daily life that it has for finance reasons. If you want to refinance your business to try and pay down some debt or different things like that, you just can't do it. Like businesses are refinancing and renegotiating every single day across the country, but the first question that financial institutions ask is, show us your insurance policy.
So they know the asset's protected and
Exactly.
it's their security. Yeah.
So it literally is a risk that the whole of the 2480 postcode is taking, and it's not, I speak of business, but it is the 2,000 homes on the floodplain as well. It's, the homes up out of flood in Lismore don't have to worry about it because they're above that flood height, and flood premiums aren't necessary for that particular area. So, but the homes and the businesses that were impacted, and on 14.5 metres, we're talking unprecedented levels. Ballina, Byron, Mullumbimby, Casino had homes and businesses never had water anywhere near them that had a metre of water through. Mm-hmm. This is an unprecedented weather event that has impacted everyone's lives and will continue to impact until we get this sorted.
Mm. And it sounds like, from both councils, your sense is that the insurance companies do not apply a sort of fine gradation of risk. So, you were saying, Mayor, Cadwallader that there are homes that they're all in the same postcode, so they're all treated the same in terms of risk profile, but they're at vastly different risks of being impacted by a flooding event.
And I get it that insurance companies, like any other business, must be sustainable. I get that. You know, that's how it is. But I heard stories, and I was in a home just last weekend at Wardell that was heavily impacted. Now, they had no insurance. They've lived there for 30 years, never been flooded out. And it came to the first level. So all their terracotta tiles on the ground level, everything was flooded out. They scrubbed them on their hands and knees and got them back. But for the properties that were insured, they came in, they were made to pull up those tiles and replace the tiles. So I believe there was a lot of unnecessary things done during the floods that added to the cost, obviously, of the sustainability of insurance companies. So all these unnecessary things, sure enough, if you've got a chipboard bench on in your kitchen, that's a no-brainer. But if you've got tiles, and people were saying, I told them they didn't have to pull up the tiles, but they insisted. And that all adds to cost. And of course, builders were a scarce supply, still are because of the housing crisis. And so there's a lot of things there that I think could be done a whole lot better. Did they have adequate staff in a disaster? Did insurance companies have enough people to go out, send out on the ground to check what really did need to be done when you've got a major disaster happening? So checks and balances as well to keep the costs at a minimum.
Can I add to that point a little bit? Because Mayor Cadwallader makes an excellent point that in the city of Lismore, it is very common narrative that people were better off who were uninsured than who were insured. And full credit to state and federal governments who came out with grant money very quickly to get people back into their homes. But the insured people of our city were told by insurance companies to not touch anything until their assessment was done. Now, there was that much of a lack of resource in the insurance industry at that time. They were flying hydrologists in from overseas to help with the work and all sorts of things. We had people in our city told not to touch their building for 18 months post-disaster, whereas people who were uninsured applied for the grant money, got in, fixed their home to the best of their ability, and were back living in suitable conditions far quicker than insured properties were. And there are still cases to this day where people are waiting on insurance outcomes. So they're living in homes that are untouched post-flood because that's what they were told to do. And there's no certainty that they're actually going to get their claim. And these are the complex sort of issues that Mayor Cadwallader and I are facing every single day, with people coming to us in tears going, what do we do? And we just don't have any answers because we don't know. And they're the sorts of things that need to be ironed out. I could give you another example. 3 generations of the same family living in the same street in South Lismore, insured by the same company. One family, the grandparents, got home and contents approved. Next door got building approved but no contents, and then the 3rd generation were told that they weren't eligible for any insurance. These are 3 homes in the same street with the same family, and I have asked their permission to use their story, by the way. 3 totally different outcomes by the same insurance company. How is that just and fair?
Correct. One more question.
Mr. Hickey, you just mentioned in your opening statement about the presence or absence, rather, of insurance company representatives at recovery centres. So what was, if you're in a recovery centre, people were just on the phone or on the website contacting their insurance agencies? Did any insurance companies have a presence, physical or otherwise?
That was the issue for quite a while, where you had the state and federal government agencies there and the councils providing that support, but a lot of the questions are related to insurance, and as both the mayors have said, trying to get answers out of the insurance companies. Sure, it was an unprecedented disaster, so resources and so forth, but really insurance was a key issue. So if you're looking at the responses people want, insurance should be one of the first things they actually get. So that was the main thing.
Last, because they did come ultimately.
They did. So I was going to ask, were they present on the ground and at what points? And
Well, way into, right down the track of the floods. Here in the RSL, there were forums held, and right across the region where insurance companies were there, and community members were able to ask questions, but not until really late until it was sort of, I think they were getting such a bad reputation of their non-existence during such a critical time that they did end up coming and here, and they were able to ask questions.
So I guess our point was they should be one of the first ones there all the time.
part of the sort of
Part of the
response
state,
almost.
federal government response, really.
It goes back to resourcing. Do they have adequate resourcing or backups that they could call on in an emergency? And I guess from my observations, absolutely not. They just are reactive to when it happens and totally under-resourced.
I guess it's tricky. You've got the Insurance Council of Australia, but then you've got all the various private companies. So how do you get representation there? At least the ICA should be the first point of call, I guess. And then
As the peak body here. Or the
work from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I might ask some questions, and we might have one question each after that. So exactly in line with what you have been saying, the Actuaries Institute's 2023 Home Insurance Affordability Update report also shows that Northern Rivers region is being absolutely slammed by soaring insurance premiums, let alone the uninsurance side of it. And according to their research, half of the population pays more than a month of gross household income for their annual home insurance premium, which is a marker for home insurance unaffordability. So that is just a massive amount, a staggering amount to pay for insurance firstly. But also one of the companies that put in a submission, the Financial Rights Legal Centre, say that insurance unaffordability disproportionately impacts people on lower incomes as well. So I just want to get a picture from you about how these rising premiums are affecting different parts in the community and compounding that disadvantage.
Well, people aren't insuring. They just cannot afford it. A business in Lismore, I know, after the 2007 floods, he just decided to put X amount of dollars away and self-insure. The premium at the time was $38,000, and then when, of course, the 21-22 floods hit, he lost everything, but he still had a bit of money put aside because he decided to insure himself rather than pay that exorbitant premium. But I'm finding that people are not insuring at all now because cost of living pressures, they just can't afford it.
And do you have an idea, Mayor Cadwallader, about what percentage of the community is uninsured now? Or, Mayor Craig, you as well, do you know?
We'd have to do a poll to find that out. I'd say it'd be very high.
Yeah, very high.
Extremely high, in fact.
That's one of the hard things to work out, what percentage is uninsured. We don't have that information available that I know of.
I would say people like the most heavily impacted areas of the Shire, like West Ballina, Ballina Island, Wardell, for us, that'd be a very high percentage. But in other areas of the Shire, maybe not so high, so it wouldn't be uniform across the Shire.
Yeah.
But is
They
that-
would have been insured before the 2022 floods,
Yes.
but not after.
Yes.
It's that whole transparency of data. That's one of the things we struggle with, the flood mapping, who's insured, who's not insured, what level of insurance. That's hard with that, all that data to really work out what's going on.
Yeah. How do we change that? Because you said earlier, like you have your flood maps, but then you don't know how the insurance companies are using those flood maps to come up with these insurance premiums or not insuring some properties. What is your recommendation to improve that?
Could have been done at the local government elections. You could have asked a question when everybody goes to vote.
So that should be made publicly available. Is that pretty
Should
much
be.
what you're saying? Is that
Oh,
our- yeah.
definitely.
I think there's got to be this whole investment in technology. It's a bit like the Deputy Chair's point about, I was talking to the Mayor the other day about with private health insurance, you can sort of get your premiums and work out your cover and so forth and adjust it. And I just think there's got to be a big investment across the whole of the country in technology so you can try and align your flood mapping with what the insurance coverage is and your different premiums and so forth, because we really all, I mean, I'm currently got my insurance up at the moment with my daughter, and that's how we're solving that. I'm paying for hers because it's too much. That's her solution. But in the end, trying to actually balance all these things, it's, you know, I look at that premium or the policy. I mean, I'm fairly well educated. It's hard to follow exactly what I'm covered for and so forth. So I just think this transparency of all this insurance policy and so forth is so hard and so complex. It's very difficult for anyone. So I think you need to improve
Simplify.
technology investment and those sorts of things somehow or other. I haven't got the answer, but that's sort of where I try and head.
I've got the answer.
Yes.
That's why Lismore's here. Madam Chair, to me it's relatively simple. This is not a Northern Rivers specific problem. This is a national problem. You know, North Queensland cannot get cyclone insurance. Western Australia cannot get bushfire insurance. To me, what I can insure for is affordable. What I don't need. All of those things that we talk about that we never put a claim in on is actually affordable. But if we had a tariff on every single insurance policy, whether it's a disaster tariff or whatever the case may be, spread across the nation to be able to insure those high-risk areas for what they actually need the most, that solves the nation's problem. So my example would be I can take out a business insurance policy to cover me for everything but flood for $10,000. If I have a tariff on top of that for disaster, for example, for an extra $1,000, that makes my policy still very much affordable for me, for my business. And if that's spread across the country, if Townsville is hit with a cyclone, they're covered for cyclone. If we're hit for flood, we're covered for flood. If Western Australia is hit or South Australia is hit for bushfire, they're covered for bushfire. But every state and every region in the country has a high risk of something that you cannot get coverage for. But we need to be able to spread that across policyholders so that you can affordably cover for your high risk. And I can tell you, in 20 years of living in the CBD of Lismore, before 2022, I've lost 2 days of trade due to water in my business. 2022 was an extraordinary event which has changed the landscape of the Northern Rivers probably forever. You know, Cyclone Larry in Townsville changed their landscape forever. Cyclone Tracy in Darwin changed their landscape forever. For whatever reason, and I don't know why, the Northern Rivers has been put in the too hard basket by federal, state governments, by insurance companies. You know, every other major disaster in the country has had a disaster recovery coordinator. We didn't get that. Every other disaster has had, you know, the insurance scheme, for example, in North Queensland. We didn't get that. You know, we've got a population base of 350 odd thousand people who were impacted by that disaster. Yet because we're not a capital city or for whatever reason, we feel very isolated and very forgotten in this regard. And it's something that, as a federal government, I believe you really need to look at disaster recovery and response. As a state government, you need to look at disaster recovery and response. And we actually need to develop a plan to be able to help, because it won't be the Northern Rivers facing the next major disaster, but whatever region it is needs far greater support and far greater response than what we are receiving and what we have received.
Yeah, I mean, the science is pretty clear on this. The climate-driven disasters are increasing in intensity and frequency. So, you know, sadly, we will experience more of these unless we do something to tackle it. But I just wanted to come to the federal government. They did implement a reinsurance pool for insurance companies for cyclones and cyclone-related flood damage, which was backed by a $10 billion government guarantee. So, Mayor Cadwallader, when you were talking about national insurance flood schemes, were you thinking of that particular scheme and replicating that for floods?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So that when the businesses go to get their business loans, they can say with confidence, well, we do have insurance. When homeowners invest in their own homes, they can have the confidence that they are covered by flood. They're the sorts of things. I know that I've just got a note here. The CEO of the Insurance Council of Australia, Andrew Hall, said that insurance prices risk, and unless we reduce long-term risk by building stronger homes, there will continue to be pressure on premiums. Now, I know we always get reactive in things. It was during the tsunami that was experienced overseas that we were building a childcare centre here. Now, that childcare centre was built to cyclone standard of, I think, 5, Mr. Hickey, because we all went, wow, that's where would be a go-to place in the event of an emergency. When it's front of mind, things happen. And I'm very pleased to see that this inquiry is still going on long after the event has happened, because quite often things pale into insignificance. We get changes of government, it's no longer a priority. We must keep this front and centre. We must continue to make sure that we have got adequate cover. And I really do believe that having some sort of reinsurance pool in those highly impacted locations would go a long way to supporting, the continued growth and development of our region particularly. Until we get something happening from the scientists in mitigating against flooding, and then have that backed up financially so that we can move forward in a sustainable way.
The US state of Vermont has recently introduced laws to make big fossil fuel companies pay for the damage for disasters driven by climate change. And fossil fuel corporations here are making mega profits. So do you think something like that would be helpful here, whether they are made to pay for the damage or whether they contribute to insurance as well?
Whether you're a climate change denier or whether you support the science behind climate change, I think it's wrong to just go and say fossil fuel companies should be made to pay. It's a shared responsibility across the board, which is why I'm saying it should be a federal government reinsurance pool. I mean, the science tells us, and there's lots out there on climate change, that we're in a cycle. Will that cycle change? Is it going to be, or is it going to stay? The science that I've been looking at says that we're in a cycle which is not going to last. So whether or not this is, I probably won't be around to see it, but there's a lot out there that support the climate change of fossil fuels and everything else, and there's a lot there that don't. So to be making those sorts of decisions, I don't know whether that's the right way to go.
Mick Craig, I've read quite a few reports recently which are suggesting that insurers might be price gouging to maintain their margins, this is their profit margins, because of the cost of climate risk that they fear. I'm just wondering if you are aware of any of that happening around here.
I can't comment as to whether they're price gouging or not, but I look back at our 2022 weather event, and I know a lot of people that are financially struggling, a few businesses that have declared bankruptcy. I don't see one insurance company that is in the same boat. And So I can't comment on whether they're price gouging as such, but my point is that they're certainly still paying their shareholders healthy dividends on their stocks.
Yep, yep. And how has council been impacted because of this? I know you said that you haven't been able to insure, and that's still the case, that you haven't been able to insure some of your buildings?
Council, like any other organisation, is struggling with that side of things. We're trying to rebuild, provide services for our community, all the things that our residents expect from their local government. We are trying to re-establish and rebuild, but we simply cannot insure those assets. But bigger than that, we've lost, the last figure I heard, we've lost nearly 10% of our population due to various schemes like our house buyback scheme and different things like that. That has a massive financial impact on our council to be able to pay our own way as well, because that's 10% of your database that's gone. We've had 600 homes brought back through the Resilient Homes program, which the state government has been very good at maintaining those rates, notices and the like, but that's not going to last forever. So we're going to be left with 600 vacant lots, which for us were rateable properties, which won't be into the future. So there's a lot of underlying issues that we are dealing with at a local government level, which I don't believe has happened anywhere across the country before, which is very much Lismore and Northern Rivers specific, and there's still issues that we're grappling with and fighting for. But, as a local government, it is a massive challenge just to maintain the mental health of our population. It is such a deep wound that has been opened up in 2022, and all of these layers of complexities that our residents, 2022, our average household income was $46,000 per person. We're not a high income earning area. And when people are used to paying their $700, $800 premiums for home and contents or whatever it was, and now are faced with $3,000 and $4,000 and $5,000 premiums, or being told that they're not going to be reinsured, that just adds to the complexity and the layers of recovery that we're dealing with. And it's something that, for once, I don't probably have the answer for. I don't know how to tackle that. But we actually need ongoing federal and state government support. It feels to us that when the cameras leave, so do the state and federal government agencies, and this is a complex and issue that's going to impact us for a decade, at least a decade. Our road to recovery plan is 2030 at the earliest. Our roads will be repaired. Oh, that's massive. People can't get their head around what you're still going to be fixing roads in 2030. That's weather dependent, that's contractor dependent, that's so many things. This is a long, long process. And to be able to not only keep our population safe and secure, but to hopefully grow our population, we need some surety and some support and some ongoing, programs in place to be able to counter that.
We're unfortunately fast running out of time, so
Sorry,
maybe
I talked so
that's all good. Last question each from Senator Sheldon, Senator Sharma, if you have one.
Good, thanks very much. I might just go back to the question of the insurance and about some, what are some of the options. And at the House Economics Committee, which I know there's been evidence given by a number of you here to that inquiry in response to the 2022 floods. Now, one of the recommendations from Byron Shire Council was that the committee should consider a parametric insurance approach, which means a standardised payout amount linked to the event rather than determining payouts based on the magnitude of loss. Is there a view, do you have a view about that?
I've heard a bit about this parametric scale. To me, I don't know whether that's the answer in particular. I know that if if in Lismore's case, for example, a major flood event in Lismore is 9.8 metres. That's considered a major flood. Now, if we could get flood cover that only covers major flooding events, for example, that you got to think outside the box. And I had the pleasure of listening to former Premier Dom Perrottet's valedictory speech this week, and he said the greatest challenge for us, not only as a country, but as you as politicians, is to actually think outside the box, be bold, and take some risk. And you know, insurance is a classic example. If you could somehow come up with a way of, you know, I don't want flood coverage for anything like a moderate to minor flood, a 12 metre plus flood, if we're covered for that. And history shows that there's been something like 10 of those in 160 years of European settlement in Lismore. You know, one every 16 years is not too much to ask, but having that bold thinking about changing the way you cover insurance, you know, is something that we really need to look at. And these companies built on protecting against risk, actually taking a risk themselves. You know, that's what insurance companies were built for, was to protect against risk. And now they're so risk averse that they're not covering anything. You know, we actually need to change our thinking and our narrative about making some bigger and bolder decisions to protect. And I said many times, this isn't about the Northern Rivers, this is about a national problem. How do we protect our country against what is becoming more frequent and more severe?
And Mayor Cadwallader, just as part the same question, but I appreciate you've given evidence to say that there should be a national pool. The suggested one of those options of having this parametric, where there'd be, if an event occurs, you get a set amount rather than the actual damage is done, but the fact that the flood's a certain level, that the payment gets made. It's the parametric system. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are.
Something needs to happen rather than nothing. If that was something, I suppose for Ballina Shire, I'm thinking that may work. You know, along with, you've got to go back to, rather than the recovery, you've got to go back to fixing the problem. And I'll say that time and time again. Could there be some low-cost loans for people to mitigate against flooding in their properties, to make them more resilient? That could be another way of trying to assist homeowners to bring the cost of premiums down and for properties to be insurable. As GM pointed out, having to build up the pads to build their homes, those homes didn't get flooded out. Yes, it's costly. It's costly to do it, but when whole streets were flooded out here in Ballina Shire, those homes that were built up on pads were not flooded. So it goes back to, again, policies, but it does cost extra, and we need to see the reduction in premiums. So clearly we need to make some changes. Without doubt, we need to. We're very grateful of that $100 million mitigation fund that was established. The federal government established that for mitigation works for councils to apply for. I'm the chair of the Australian Coastal Councils Association, and that's something we advocated for, and very pleased to see it. Is it enough? No, it's not. We actually need more money for adaptation as well now. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Sharma, if you have one quick question, otherwise. Well, thank you so much for being here, and I know you've said things over and over again, but we really do appreciate your insights and your recommendations today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
from the Community Disaster Action Group, if they are here. Yes. Good morning, welcome. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah. My name is Chels Hood-Withy and I'm the President of the Community Disaster Action Group.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement before I invite my colleagues to ask some questions.
Awesome. I didn't realise I was on the panel by myself. So we are an organisation that represents about 70 organisations across the Northern Rivers, and we have united in a collective voice to advocate for a fully funded, community-led disaster recovery, adaptation, preparedness, given that we have a lot of community members in our region that have been left abandoned by both insurance companies but also the government. So today we'll be making actually recommendations to ensure that the next disaster, this does not happen again. So we want to make a recommendation that there should be a national body that is working with the government and the insurance companies. So essentially, we need to nationalise insurance across the board, because what happens is people repeat their story multiple times. They go through the insurance channel, either rejected or weren't even insured in a lot of cases. So there was a flood in 2017. People were not able to reinsure. This is already an uninsurable region, as we all know. So 2017 happened, could not reinsure. They thought then when 2022 happened, they would get support from the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. They then were ineligible because the criteria is not fit for purpose in New South Wales. And essentially they were told, you didn't flood, you're not on our map, you don't get helped. So then they go through an appeals process, both for insurance, again, because there are some people who were still fighting in the insurance, being like, well, you know, you should be able to insure us because we have been insured before and all these kind of things. But the issue is that RA are not communicating, or whatever body is the government, you know, working, they are not communicating with the insurance. So it's just, for a lot of people, it is re-traumatising to continually fight to get any kind of support. So we want to see a streamlined process between the government support and the insurance companies, so that people are not having to go down, you know, different rabbit holes every time. And obviously, we as an organisation have just seen the adverse effects of lack of affordability and lack of availability, leading to, again, this mental health crisis that we are in. And I think that we've got representatives from our group speaking on the lived experience in the next session, so they'll be presenting that. But yeah, essentially we want to nationalise the insurance and empower the community also in direct deliberative democracy frameworks to actually inform what that would look like, because there's an amazing, you know, assemblies, there's, you know, citizens' assemblies are amazing tools to actually, you know, stop with this top-down structure which dictates what happens and actually empower those who are living it to inform what they need to be supported, because these disasters are increasing and we need to be, you know, supported from, you know, the day dot, but also, as spoken before with the councils, we need resilient measures. So, you know, the RA need to raise those houses, they need to retrofit so they're wet proof, and all those kind of things need to happen now so that they can be insured. Because that's another problem, is that, you know, people's premiums are coming up again and they're not able to reinsure, like in 2017, now they can't, because they didn't get the house raise they were promised. And that's really, it's a failure of the corporations, of those insurance bodies, the private sector, but it's a failure also of the government to not be working hand in hand together to support people, because ultimately they don't really care where the support's coming from as long as their house is resilient.
Thank you very much. I might open up for questions, and I'll go to you, Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks very much. Thanks for your submission. I agree with that quote in your submission about the importance of disaster recovery being community-led rather than top-down, and some of your recommendations go to that point. Just go to the recommendation 4 about supporting resilient and sustainable rebuilding. You call for building codes to be revised to prioritise disaster resilience. You may be aware that there's been the most recent meeting of building ministers in June 24 agreed to begin work on exactly that approach. I think it's a vital point you make, starting with adding climate resilience as an objective of the Australian Building Codes Board, which is an extremely important step. And that recommendation also calls to ensure insurance policies and premiums reflect resilience measures. We heard some evidence before, but I want to ask your experience and people that you've spoken to in the community. Do you think that currently that's taking place, that premiums reflect resilience measures that people are taking? And if not, do you have any specific thoughts on how the government should ensure that happens?
Can you ask the question again, sorry?
So there's resilience measures. There's an inquiry. There's been decisions made by the building ministers on June the 24th to begin work on resilient and sustainable building.
Do they include things like house raises and retrofitting? I'm not familiar with this.
Well, there's a in your recommendation 4, which suggests that there should be the resilience and building codes. There's a building code being developed now. Cool. From the ministers from June. The national ministers decided to do that as part of the new building codes. Nice. To try to get a national framework between all the states, and thus flow through to local government. One of the recommendations also calls to ensure insurance policies and premiums reflect resilience measures that are applied.
Yeah.
You may have heard some of the earlier evidence today where the council's had a view about how the insurance companies were approaching that. I'm just asking you what your particular experience has been. Have they, when someone has been able to put resilience measures in, have the insurance premiums decreased, or has there been insurance companies just treated them as without valuing the investment they've put into resilience improvements that they've put into their property?
That's a good question. I feel like that might be something I need to take on notice and take it back to our group, because we have a wide network of people who could speak more directly. To be really frank, I'm a renter. I've actually never gone through the lived experience of having to apply for premiums. Our recommendations come from, as I said, a network of people submitting what they wanted to see changed, and we have collated that. And as the spokesperson, I wanted to speak directly to the recommendations that were made from our group. But yeah, I think that's a really
if you can take that on notice, that'd be
that'd be awesome.
Also, I was interested that your submission calls for the government to ensure that flood and disaster-prone land is not used for future housing development. Do you acknowledge, is that still happening in the Northern Rivers? And are there any examples you're aware of?
Yes. They are still building on flood-prone land, and it actually causes a lot of stress for the community because as I said, floods are increasing, and when you see a development going onto land that is flood liable, not only is it going to affect the people that are going to live on that flood liable land, but it actually affects other neighbourhoods. So even within the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, Mullumbimby is an example where they put flood-affected residents in pod villages on a site that is 100% flood liable, and they filled the land. So it's got lots of concrete, which obviously we know creates more flooding. So those neighbouring areas weren't actually that at risk previously, but now are 100% at risk because of that fill that's gone in Mullumbimby at the pods there, right next to the train. So yeah, that's a big concern for our community groups, is that we don't want to be seeing development that's not even resilient. So there are measures that could, and there's mitigation that can happen with development to ensure that, yeah, we have all this land, it's all flood prone, but we build up, or we build not with fill, you build non-traditional dwellings. Like there's somebody in the pocket who's actually making 3D printable homes that are completely flood resilient. So they will float, like they'll rise when the water comes in. It's a beautiful engineering, innovative solutions coming available, but we do not want to see a big block, low to the ground development happening in Mullumbimby or any regions where it floods heavily.
And just in your submission also calls to remove, permanently reuse, and where possible relocate homes that pose a high risk from the housing market. I understand the Climate Council produced a report in 2022 called Uninsurable Nation, which you may be familiar with.
Yes.
It was said by 2030 about 520,000 940 properties, or 1 in every 25 properties will be high risk. I just want to, if you could just explain to me, how do you think we could go about permanently removing that many properties? What's your solution to that?
It's a question that Lismore's been tackling for a long time, because that is really, should just be scrub, and it was scrub for a very long time. I think that, you know, with the buyback process, they've been trying to do the moving of dwellings. It might be a case of you can't move all of them, but you could reuse the materials and move them elsewhere, because I know that sometimes when you cut the house, the infrastructure actually becomes not as sound. But there are ways of moving it. But that is a really good question, because it's a lot of dwellings on the floodplain. And I think that this is where the resilient measures can come in. So raising houses, I mean, how high can you go? I know that the Living Lab had done an amazing forum on that, because, you know, that's the question, how high can we keep going? But there's also other ways to mitigate floods, such as stopping the coal and gas companies from opening more and more mines. So there's mitigation that can happen beyond just insurance and beyond just our resilient measures, that would be big policy changes to ensure that people are protected from like increasing climate disasters. So I'm not sure if we can move all 500,000 homes, but I think that there are other ways that we could mitigate that.
So just a final question. In your submission, we'll ask another question if we've got time, but just my final question here. Your submission complains that the government spent $438 million on temporary housing. It recommends that the government should direct funds from temporary to permanent housing. I'm just using the language of the report. It says aiming for permanency over quick fixes. So if governments didn't invest in temporary housing solutions in the interim, where would the people depending on them shelter or be living instead? I just want to be clear about what the report's stating in the submission.
Those temporary fixes, while they say they're temporary, they ultimately will be permanent. But because they were developed in such a fast way, they're really antisocial spaces. They are not designed for people to live there for a long time. Have you been to the pods? They're very close together. I wish I could show on a presentation what they look like, but they are really dysfunctional because you're looking into your neighbour's home. So if they had have thought just a little bit longer, we're already in a housing crisis. We already have a lot of homeless. This flood has devastated over 10,000 houses. We need to be providing permanent fixes for these people, a permanent solution, a home, because also with that, there's little, napkin maths. Based on the $438 million that was spent, that's about $802,000 per pod. That does include demobilisation and it does include services, but even then, you could still have bought or provided an actual house in the Northern Rivers for those families. Or design things that were a little bit, do a bit more of an eco-village. Like the Northern Rivers is the rainbow region and we love to live with the land. That's why we're all here, because we love our nature. So, that's part of another project I'm involved in. But we are trying to get villages for our homeless that are gorgeous and have privacy, because we're working with the trees and the land and the infrastructure, which is also part of flood mitigation. If you have more trees in the earth, that's more absorption. Rather, we've just cleared all of our big scrub for farmland, which is now all degraded because the landslips just washed all those nutrients away, and it's just arid land now. People can't, actually produce the produce that's needed to feed this region.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your time today. I was just keen to explore your suggestion in your opening remarks and in your submission about I think you said a government-backed insurance scheme for high-risk areas in your submission, but I think you might have talked about a nationalised insurance scheme in your opening remarks. So what is it you have in mind there?
So part of our push is to get the community empowered in decision-makings that affect their lives, because we're in, high crises. We've got housing crisis, we've got climate crisis, we've got cost of living crisis. The solutions are there because the community know best. We've discovered that. So we would have an assembly or some sort of, like these inquiries, but, hear from the community in a deliberative process, which would be over multiple days, but we could design an insurance scheme that is nationalised, because some of the evidence I'm sure you'll hear later is that one insurance company will give you this payout and it costs this much, and then another one won't do the same thing. So there's no consistency over what happens when you are insured and when you have a disaster hit. So we want something that is inclusive of every single person so that nobody is stranded or abandoned. You know, we've got cases here where one neighbour was supported and one's been fighting through the appeals and the ombudsman and all of that. And it's creating social discontentment because your neighbour's supported and you're not, and it's not fair. So a national body that was overseeing all of these areas that are really at risk, I think could be really revolutionary in this area. Also, disaster capitalism. People are profiteering off these disasters, and people are suffering while they make a quick buck. So, yeah.
What about though? I mean, you talked about empowering the local community. What about a localised response rather than a nationalised response? I mean, the origins of banks and building societies and insurance companies were about communities coming together collectively to pool risk and to finance building. And of course, we used to have in Australia, you know, local banks, local building societies, local insurance companies, I'd hazard to guess as well. Have you thought about, I mean, because obviously conditions here and risks and challenges and appetite and everything else here is going to be quite different to other parts of Australia. And if you're creating a national body, well, then you're sort of replicating the same difficulties or frustrations that you're talking about now, that you're having a one-size-fits-all approach. So have you thought about collectively organising as a community to create an insurance pool for yourselves?
That's a really cool question. I think having a national body means that the framework is across the board. But obviously you would have individual, like for different regions, they would have their conditions and their needs. You know what I mean? Like that infrastructure wouldn't be one size fits all because it won't fit. We've got bushfires in Victoria more than floods. You know, different regions have their risks. So I think that it would need, I guess why we said nationalised is that we want a streamlined approach and we don't want people having to repeat the same story over and over. Whereas if there was something like even the ombudsman, that's statewide, you know, like there are bodies already working that are at a higher level, and then you would have your local. It's kind of just a way of like a framework that is already kind of, we already have that in Parliament. We've got the local, state, federal. Why not have that for insurance?
Okay, thank you. And you just talked, and Senator Sheldon asked about this as well, about housing development being put in flood-prone and disaster-prone land. So are there any obvious examples here in Ballina Shire or neighbouring shires where you've seen development applications approved or housing developments go ahead on, and if you're happy to share the details with them, where they clearly should not be being built, or where the risk is such that those assets will be uninsurable?
Take a look at West Ballina. It's a complete wetland, and they want to fill the entire thing with concrete. It's not even flood, even without a flood, it is wet. So that's an example that's very local to Ballina that I'm sure the councils can speak to. Have been probably, I don't know who's pushing, but I know there's people fighting, and that's a big example.
Is development happening there now? Like, are houses being built there, or the new developments have been?
It's in the pipeline.
In a planning process.
Yes.
Okay.
But there's plenty of other examples. That's just one.
Okay.
That's off the top of my head.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I've spoken to quite a few people over the last few years, and have listened to a lot of trauma and anxiety in the community, of course, because of the floods. But I guess I want to get a picture from you. How are the rising costs of insurance on top of everything else, or the lack of availability of insurance, contributing to more to this trauma and anxiety? What are you hearing from the community?
We're seeing people just leave. People move. Like they can't insure, or it's too expensive and they have to relocate. So families are leaving in droves. I meet so many people. So yeah, we can talk about insurance, but it's all interlinked. So rents are higher. Buying a home is much higher. So people are just being priced out, and the community is suffering because, as I say, we're the rainbow region, but now, look at Byron and it's just all beige and minimalist, expensive bankers and things. It's not like the culture is just gone. And the trauma, I think, is the stress of, Well will speak really well to this on her lived experience in the next session. But, she was like, for a long time, very fearful of her premium going up because her neighbours had gone up by 50%. So because you're all talking to each other, there's just a collective suffering. And then also, because of the lack of communication between, and this is why we make this recommendation to bridge the gap between the private insurance and the government, is that you think that if you don't get the insurance payout, a lot of people actually ended up just making their home resilient because it's their safety, right? Their well-being. So they were like, okay, I'll just pay the money out of pocket and I'll raise my house because RA, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, said they would pay me back. And then they did the thing, raised the house, and they didn't get the money from RA. They were rejected based on this criteria, not fit for purpose. Then they went through the appeals, and then they go to the Ombudsman, and none of them yielded results. So it's like you've gone through 4 processes, and maybe even for the insurance, you've gone through a few more. Yeah, I think that's it. It's just, it's arduous, and it's collective.
Every step, it seems.
Every single step.
Yeah, that's very, very troubling. But I must say, as a civil engineer, I did love your examples of innovative adaptation and resilience. And I just want to go to that. You gave this example of someone who raised their house but never got anything for it. So what is actually in this region, as far as you know, what is the New South Wales government or the federal government actually doing to support communities to adapt and become more resilient?
I'm very harsh of the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. They made a lot of promises, and they actually killed a lot of the community spirit in the beginning. So that's why we fight for a community-led recovery. When the disaster happened, we all came out in droves. People were supporting and saving each other's lives. SES weren't actually rescuing people. We had community members risk their lives to save people off the roofs of their homes, right? So community stepped up in a big way. A couple of weeks later, we had the government come in and say, oh, don't worry, we've got it sorted, we're lock and load it, you're gonna get supported, everyone who flooded will be helped. They made that promise verbally. You've got to get everything in writing, but they made that promise verbally. People heard that. We were told house raises, retrofits, buybacks. What's happened in 2.5 years? Only the buybacks. That's not a resilient measure. Unless you're moving those homes, like we want those 500,000 homes to be relocated, they haven't moved barely any. They've actually kind of even pushed it on to the owner to have to orchestrate that whole process, which don't even go down there because that's a whole kettle of fish and people have, really had to fight for that. So we haven't seen resilient measures actually implemented now, and I'm going to be making a submission to the inquiry next week about New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, and we will speak more to that. But we're not in a place where we're prepared for the next disaster. Not at all. We are in a worse position now than we were before because we got more homeless and now all these empty houses, like 800 empty houses boarded up, just sitting there, just rotting. It's quite astounding. The lack of transparency, the lack of communication, and the lack of community empowerment across the board with insurance and with the recovery program.
I've also heard from people, that current insurers are only offering like-for-like bill back, which really does nothing to improve the resilience or, adaptation for future disaster events. Just wondering if that's something that you have heard, and should insurance companies obviously be doing more when the rebuild happens to proactively, like those houses should be adapted, right, for the next event? Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, what they got from their insurance was a quote for a demolition. So there's also a lack of, holistic thought processes within these organisations that think, let's just demolish that because it had a flood. But actually, that wood is so resilient that it survives a flood and it would be okay. They're perfectly safe homes. But there's just sort of a heavy-handedness around what they do. They're not thinking in the context that everything is connected and people, we could actually use those resources, if it was an unsafe home, to rebuild something else. But even then, they're not doing that. You actually, part of their insurance policy is that if you get the funding, paid out, you can't use those materials again. They have to be demolished because I guess they don't want people to get money and then use it's absurd.
One of the first recommendation that you make, and I know you've had a bit of a discussion around that, establish a national disaster insurance program. When we heard earlier as well that one of the councils was also calling for federal government to kind of pitch in terms of reinsurance, like they did for cyclones, some time ago. So with this program, are you also in the details of it, thinking the federal government should step in and make insurance cheaper?
That's a really good question.
Because they did introduce implement a reinsurance pool for insurance companies for cyclones and cyclone-related floods, and backed in a $10 billion government guarantee.
I think that would actually be quite amazing because these are our taxpayer dollars, and I'm sure you speak to any person who's paying their taxes, they would love their money to be going towards supporting their community. So yeah, it definitely is something that the government should step up in, and that's why we're calling for something that is streamlined, nationalised, and it's not, the private market is already, it's everything. So the government need to work together, because we're living in disaster. So if they're not talking, it's people just have to keep repeating. Yeah.
I gave the example earlier in the previous panel of the U.S. state of Vermont, which has recently introduced laws to make big fossil fuel companies pay for the damage from disasters that are driven by the climate crisis. Is that something that we should consider here as well?
Absolutely. Firstly, let's just tax them properly. They need to be taxed. They are paying no tax, and it's quite embarrassing for our country that we've just sold all of our stuff off, and we're not reaping any of the benefits of the financial gain of our resources being stripped from the earth that are causing these disasters. So yeah, they should absolutely pay. They should be paying for disasters, I think.
And I mean, they are making, pretty massive profits as well, and is something to consider them contributing to the rising insurance premiums, for instance, if there is a pool set up.
Tax them properly, and then they should pay for the disasters. Yeah, honestly, that's something we should have included in our submission, so I'd love to put it on the record. That's great.
We also know that insurance premiums are rising at 3 times faster than inflation, even as some of Australia's biggest insurers expand their profits. Do you, and I have read stories of insurers, price gouging to maintain their margins because of the cost of climate crisis. And I've also heard stories of them spreading insurance, like car insurance, for instance, is rising because they're kind of increasing, like trying to get more from various types of insurance. I'm just wondering if you've heard anything about price gouging in your area.
I would say yes. There would be price gouging, yeah. Because this is a very disaster-prone area, so it would make sense for them to target this region. But also, I think it's the unavailability. Landslip victims haven't been supported through insurance at all, and there's only just been a policy in RA come out for landslip victims. So, yeah, there's a lot of gaps in who's supported and who isn't.
In your submission as well, one of the recommendations is to implement consistent flood mapping and risk assessment. We heard earlier that no one knows how council flood maps are then used by insurance companies to assess risk. And as you said, people living in the same street might have different ways of their insurances being assessed. Could you explain a little bit more what you mean by implementing consistent flood mapping and risk assessment?
We currently don't even have the flood mapping from 2022. We are fighting to get that because it needs to be, everyone needs to know.
Yeah, it should be public, right?
It should be public knowledge. So Byron Shire actually are very good with their mapping. You can have a look at their tool online. It's great, but it's not updated. So I think that part of that nationalisation through a disaster insurance program would look at having mapping that's available on that platform that everybody is working off. And that's why it needs to be consistent, because if you're working on 2017 flooding or even earlier, you're not going to be making resilient measures at all, are you? It's going to be outdated. Actually, and that's even what happened to people in Mullumbimby. They raised their house to the last level, and then that was actually too outdated from the last flood. So then 2022 happened, and that was just extreme. So there's just inconsistencies on what we're looking at in terms of what are the risks. And it should be consistent. Everyone should have access, and the insurance should be definitely using that mapping.
Thank you. If Senator Sheldon, you have any more questions, Senator Sharma? You have any more questions? Okay. Well, thank you so much for appearing before us and for your insights as well.
Thanks so much for listening, and funny I'm on one panel. Appreciate your time.
Very much. So the committee will now suspend till 11. Thank you. who has joined us today for this community panel. The community thanks each one of you really from the bottom of our hearts for appearing before the committee today and for your willingness to share your experiences with us to help us advance this inquiry. And I do that in full knowledge that you have told your stories many times over. I'm so really grateful for you to coming to this inquiry and sharing your experiences once again. We know appearing in this formal setting and talking about difficult and often very personal experiences is not easy. So thank you once again. And with that said, I would like to welcome each of you to please state your full name for the Hansard record. We'll start with those in the room and then move to those joining via teleconference.
Thank you. My name's Kerry Pritchard. I'm here on behalf of the Murwillumbah Community Centre. Previously, I ran the community-led flood recovery hub and association in Murwillumbah Core. So I haven't had a lot of time to prepare today, so it'll be an anecdotal piece I've asked for a client.
We'll come back to your statement in a minute. We'll just get a quick introduction for everyone, if that's all right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dale Emerson. I'm here as representing the Community Disaster Action Group and specifically the people in the Byron Shire and more specifically Mullumbimby, where I live.
Thank you. And if we could go to people on teleconference, we might start with Ms. Maxwell. If you could just introduce yourself.
I'm Noelle Maxwell, and I live
Ms. Maxwell, we can't hear you too well. Could you try again?
Just doing a test. On the computer, I might try ringing back this morning.
Yeah, if you're on hands-free, could you not use hands-free?
Like I said, I'm on the computer.
Oh, okay.
So I'll log in again.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Maxwell. And could we go to Ms. Peretz? Not on the line? Okay, great. So we'll wait for Ms. Maxwell to come back again, but we'll invite each of you to give a brief opening statement, please. And then we'll move to questions from the senators. And I do understand that Senator McLaughlin is on the line as well. So if we could start with you, Ms. Pritchard.
Sure. So I've asked one of the residents that we've assisted to send me a testimony, and I'd like to read that out, which I think speaks to most of the points that you guys would like us to speak about. And then, you know, hopefully I can add some more to that with your questions.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yep. She starts with, when we purchased our home, we factored in the price of insurance, knowing that it was quite high given flood risk. And just to state that their living space is above the 1 in 100. And so the insurance at the time they purchased, which was just after the 2017 floods, was comparable to the risk. We wanted to be responsible owners and have full coverage. We were grateful to have been insured despite the temporary accommodation and timeframes being outside the expectations given in the policy. However, after the 2022 flood, August that same year, our insurance price jumped in a way that was out of proportion and could never have been predicted, nor factored in upon purchase of our property and insurance. Our premium more than doubled from $6,104 to $13,354. That was 6 months out from the flood. The out of proportion increases in premium did not stop there. The very next year, it jumped. By the way, their house wasn't livable for at least 18 months, so they weren't living in the house, but the insurance premiums, and they were battling with the insurance company to actually payout on their policy. This year our insurance premium has surpassed our mortgage, and we are forced to be underinsured slightly in order to keep our house and our insurance. We pay a significant proportion of our income to these. CGU is our insurer, and when our policy came up for a renewal post-flood, we were informed that the company had changed the way they deal with properties in extreme risk, which they had classified ours as. The floor of our house is known by the insurer to be built above the 1 in 100 flood line. We are now paying just under $25,000 a year for full insurance of around $400,000, which is well underinsured. Maximum coverage on a property that is not impacted at all until a major flood level is reached. I just want to add too, they have a mortgage and they're required to have insurance, and they're both in their 40s, so they've been unable to take the buyback that was offered because they don't feel like they'd be able to get a mortgage for the prices of the real estate. So they've had to stick with this, and it's caused extreme financial hardship. So, yeah, I think that speaks to a lot of the points that you're asking us to talk to. Yeah, thank you.
You very much. Thank you. And Mr. Emerson.
Yes, similar to Kerry, Jan and Noel have got specific cases. I'll speak to those. I'm here today to actually to speak on behalf of what I call the people who are socially traumatised and unable to speak today. Noel and Jan, who I know personally, are strong, but not everybody is strong as them, and they will present their case. But I'm here to talk about people who can't attend here, who've written to you, given a submission, but who are the socially traumatised cohort of our society, who don't have the wherewithal, the financial wherewithal, the capacity to pay for the people, the brokers, the lawyers, or whatever it is, who did happen to live in a street for the last 37 years, and despite their daughter, who's now passed on, being a insurance broker, they were not able to get insurance prior to the floods because it was too expensive. So what happened was, and I've got quotes here as to all the work that they've done post the floods to get insurance, because what they did was they took their pension money, their payout, or her payout, because he can't work at the moment, he's waiting to get the Australian pension in order to pay the bills. They took her superannuation and they retrofitted their property, because they thought, well, if we do the right thing, while we're waiting for New South Wales Reconstruction Authority to give us the money, because that's what they've said they're going to do, they're going to come and give us, the 50 grand plus 50% of the excess, then we'll just spend the money because we need a place to live. They did that, and leaving aside the whole process of the Reconstruction Authority, which in itself needs an inquiry, which there is an inquiry next week into that act. Coming back to the insurance issue, they contacted a number of insurance companies, 12 total. One of them, NRMA, said $30,000 for flood insurance. I'll repeat, $30,000. Suncorp's original quote was $13,207.58, very specific. Then phoned again on the 1st of May 2023, and they quoted $12,703.10 because I advised them to increase their excess. And I could go on. I'm not going to read you. All these documents can be tabled. You can have them. They've asked me to, because they have formally lodged a submission with you, but they weren't up to coming and actually publicly speaking today. The point is, following this, they did get an insurance quote last year for $4,000, and this year the price has gone from $4,200 last August to $6,700 this year. So their point is the end result is that we will not have to pay $5,000. No, the end result is that we will now have to pay $5,200 because they've reduced it because they've underinsured, as Kerry's clients have mentioned. So we are creating, our society is creating a social construct of people who are underinsuring because they can't afford to have insurance, but they're so scared that if they don't have insurance, they don't have the financial backing to do anything else. So they're between a rock and a hard place, and that's the type of person, and I could go on and mention other people in our community and that I know who have had similar experiences. But there seems to be a lack of clarity, a lack of procedural policy as to how can, across an industry, there be so many in 12 phone calls, 12 different prices. Now, I'm a business person. I've run businesses. I know how to price things. But this is not fit for purpose for the socially traumatized cohort of people that is growing in our community. It's not fair. Mm-hmm. And so I'd like to repeat that when Mr. Albanese came here and he said that it's going to cost a lot of money, but it's the right thing to do. Thank you for being here today to hear us, because it's going to cost a lot of money, but it's the right thing to do. And we know that Kerry in Murwillumbah, people in Lismore who we work with closely, and ourselves, we're only too happy to sit down and work through a system which is workable for our communities, because that's what we do. Sorry to go on.
No, that's really good, and I'm sure we'd like to hear more experiences later on when we ask questions. Thank you for that. Before I go to our next witness, Channel 7 are here. Our witnesses happy if they film us? Yep, and committee members are happy? Yep. Thank you very much. Is Ms. Maxwell back on the line? Yep. Ms. Maxwell, if we could go to you now, please.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Just good morning to everybody there. I'm just going to address my personal experience. On the 28th of February 2022, my home flooded. Thank goodness I was insured, even though I wasn't in a flood zone. I was able to lodge my claim on the 1st of March and requested a paper policy so I could look at the details. 2 years and 2 months later, with the help of my sister, my case manager at Recovery Support Services, the Northern Rivers Legal Aid, Tamara Smith, Jordan at Stoic Building Services, CDAG, and David from Solve My Claim, and more, I was able to settle. I never received a paper copy of my policy, despite requesting it regularly. This experience was not isolated just to me. Now I have to make my home safe from future flood and repair it. I spent the first year after the flood paying for a house that I couldn't live in, and unable to ascertain that I would actually be able to reinsure the following year, or at all, or at a cost I couldn't afford. I spent a year living in this cliffhang. Finally, my new policy arrived in paper. Yay! It had gone up by $1,500-ish. But I was okay, even though I had to continue to pay for contents I no longer had and a house I couldn't live in. Now I have another year of a cliffhang. My home will not be repaired or raised probably by November 2024, which is my reinsurance date. And now that I have settled, will they reinsure me? Well, maybe. Or maybe with an offer like my neighbour had after settlement. Her insurance went up by $6,000, an offer she couldn't take up, being a pensioner. She had been insured with NRMA for 38 years, and now she has no cover. I believe some of the actions that should actually happen is that until a claim is settled, that payments for content, if they are non-existent, should be altered. 2, that until settlement is finalised, an offer insured should be made to the homeowner with no increase or payment, or just no payments at all. This would encourage the insurance company to speed up the settlement process. that after settlement is made, that after you've actually settled, that the first year of policy should increase only by a designated amount to allow time for people to repair and retrofit raise in the hope that they can reduce their actual payment. 4, that the insurance provided accommodation should actually match the settlement time. If they don't settle for 5 years, well, they should provide accommodation, and you can't live in your house, they should provide accommodation. Finally, I'd like to speak to the PTSD that I now suffer from, well, as a result of my insurance experience. One that I didn't even know that I had until last week, when I received a letter in the post cancelling my policy because one of my auto payments didn't go through. I had corrected this and paid, but it didn't register, so they cancelled my policy, requiring me to phone them, something that I had stopped doing after the first year as I just couldn't stomach it. When I made the call, I was unable to think clearly or to respond to the word prompts. I actually became physically ill listening to the music, the hold music. I burst into tears when they answered the phone and I couldn't talk for a while. My friend said I was hyperventilating and I thought my heart was racing and I felt dizzy. Later I remembered that I'd twice been hospitalised for a hypertensive crisis after my previous calls to my insurance company. I try not to hold on to those experiences and to move on, not thinking about them, and forgetting helps. And so after today and speaking about it, I'll go back to my forgetting. But when I can change insurance companies so I never have to listen to that music again, that's what I'll do. And nearly 3 years on, I'm not the only one.
Hello, my name's Jan Prates. I'm just letting you know that I've dialed in and I would like to speak also, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Perez. Thank you, Ms. Maxwell, and I do again want to acknowledge that the committee is very grateful to you and everyone here today, and I know that it is very difficult, these experiences, and you're still going through that.
Yeah.
And we'll come back to you with a few questions, but if I could go to you, Ms. Perez, and if you could give your name, who you are, and your statement, that would be really great, amazing. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello. Yes.
Oh, hi, my name is Jan Prates from Mullumbimby, and I'm ringing in to give my feedback about the February 2022 floods and my experience.
Thank you. If you could give your opening statement to us, just relate to us your experience of the 2022 floods and since then. We'd be very grateful.
My name is Jan Prates. I've lived in this area for the past 50 years in Mullumbimby. I'm a senior citizen and I was flooded in February 2022 for the first time ever. I have recently settled with my insurance company, but have been very concerned about the rising cost of my insurance. When the flood happened, I was insured by GAO for $2,421. That increased in 2023 to $3,020. And this year in 2024, it's gone up to $4,396. So I'm really fearful as to what my insurance will cost me next year, whether this is going to be just a continual rising of my insurance policy. I'm a pensioner, and I find this very difficult to come up with this money, but I'm really scared not to have my house insured. I the previous caller, Noel, also have experienced a lot of stress dealing with the insurance company over the last 2.5 years. I only recently settled in May. and found them to be not very helpful in terms of recognising that people were still traumatised from the flood, and certainly I didn't feel I was given due respect for having been with that company for 28 years. I found that I also suffer from PSTD in terms of when it rains. Now I'm very fearful. If it rains heavily, I'm sort of on full alert as a result of that flood. So I just think the whole way that flood victims are approached and dealt with by the insurance companies need to be looked at, and some new methods developed to sort of take into account people's trauma, and also not to assume that everyone has the knowledge that they have. You know, that the insurance companies treat people with they assume you have all this knowledge about their processes, but when you don't, it's very hard sometimes to make head or tail of what they're really doing and what they're proposing. So I think the whole system of how they deal with people coming out of natural disasters needs to be looked at and redone. So anyway, that's all I have to say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perez. And I might open up and give senators the opportunity to ask questions. We'll start with you, Senator Sheldon.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And again, I'll echo, I know we're echoing everyone's comments here, but for those people that are, and Mr. Emerson, for the people you're representing, and I'm sure they're probably listening in as well as Ms. Pritchard, along with the evidence that we received, I want to thank all those people that are listening in as well. Because this is, again, another important opportunity for us to continue to. This is one of a number of reviews that parliaments are making in flood insurance and climate impact and insurance. And so this is a really important opportunity for us to be considering what proper policies we put forward. But also it's critically important we hear from the community about what those policies should look like because of what the consequences of the policy settings when they're not right, and how they can be made right really needs community response and community suggestions. So again, I thank you all for coming forward. This will help many hundreds, ultimately thousands of other people as the policies are developed across the country. The Ms. Prayers, I might just, because of the comments you just made, I'll just concentrate to everybody that's on the panel. If you might be able to give a response. Your point about the assistance with insurance companies and dealing with them, and I don't know sure, but I'm in your category. I don't read my insurance policy from go to woe in the hundreds of dozens of pages. I look at the figures and like probably most people, and look at what I'd be paid out if something happened, but. I'd hate to say that I actually I'll admit the fact that I don't look at all the dozens of pages like most documents we receive that we get asked to do, whether it be that or other sort of documents you receive. With the assistance of, in particular when an incident's occurred, how important is it for us to be thinking about and how to deal with insurance companies on the sort of assistance that's needed for community? How important is it, do you think, that there is further assistance given, whether it be neighbourhood centres, whether it be community groups, whether it be legal aid? How important do you think that is, that there be consideration and step up on that front?
I think it's crucially important, particularly for people like myself. I'm a single person. I don't live close to my family. And I had a lot of help from the Northern Rivers Legal Service, and just in terms of talking me through how to frame responses in terms of written responses and verbal responses to what the insurance companies were offering. the insurance companies have this mindset of assumed knowledge with clients. You know, they assume that you know the terminology, they're talking about building terms, all that stuff. They just assume that you know that, which is a really fatal flaw, I think. But I think there needs to be more funding available, more availability for people like maybe neighbourhood centres or certainly legal aid, people who can sit down with people and answer questions to how to respond to insurance companies in terms of verbally and written to get the best possible outcome for the client.
Ms. Maxwell, would you like to add your comments to those observations?
Yes, I would very much actually. I think the task force of an action group to arrive on the ground, I mean, the insurance companies were supposed to send representatives in person. My insurance company was the only insurance company that was not on the ground at all. And so I was forced to use legal aid to travel to Lismore to ask them the questions because they weren't Lismore, because I couldn't get through on the phones. So they need to have, look, they're so disorganised. They need to have people on the ground. We need a small task force. Like I said, I had a care plan manager. They need to go with you because I was unable to get the documents that they needed and send them to them because I just didn't know how to do that. And most of the people either flooded, lost their stuff, need help. So you actually need help to physically get that information together and send it. It's quite a confusing business and it's very slow. They're supposed to give you a case manager, but you often don't get a case manager until you're sort of a year in. And those case managers are not trauma trained. So they can very easily and did re-traumatise me. And then the guy that I employed in the end, which is the person I had to pay to solve my claim at the end of two and a bit years, I just couldn't do any more. I'd done so much and I'd had free builders quotes, which was really hard to get. I'd had to check every single item on their quotes on NRMA scopes of work, on just things I had no capacity for, but I had to do it anyway. It was incredibly stressful that I'd get it wrong, and I had to take the payout because they wouldn't let me raise the house, which I had to do to be able to get reinsurance in some sort of affordable, thing. I couldn't leave the house at the level it was at, so I had to raise it. I was forced to take a payout, and the payout that they were giving me did not repair it.
I'm going to go to...
I needed that whole team to help me through that process.
I'm going to go to Ms. Emerson and Ms. Pritchard. No, this will be our only question. I know it's taking a little bit of time. But Ms. Maxwell, I just want to explore just that point you made there, because this is an issue we found in, finding in other places as well, that with the insurance companies, that even with the capacity to improve and make the house more resilient to potential natural disasters, or in this case floods, that the realising of the loss when you take that on earlier means that you don't, and you, even though you're prepared to put in more resilient and invest in more resilient housing, having to realise your loss at an early space means when you finally get the builder, you are paying even more money because of obviously the pressures on increasing costs that could take 12, 18 months. So it just seems to me to be a total injustice when the builder, if you waited till the end, they would pay for those increased costs after that 18 months. Because you have to realise that 18 months earlier to make your house more resilient, you're getting a double hit. when it actually is going to be an advantage for insurance companies because you've, as well as societal advantage, we want to lose sight of that. But there's also, an advantage for the insurance company down the track if they were to do it in a more humane way. Is there a logic to that, or have I got it wrong?
Oh, no, that's true. There's a woman who lives in Mullumbimby, Susan Fell, who can't be with us because she's unwell and in trauma. And she took her insurance payout. She took the cash because they would not let her retrofit her house, even though she was prepared to do 2 scopes of work, one without and one with the retrofit, and she would pay the additional. They wouldn't let her do that, so she had to take the payout and do the retrofit. She did the retrofit in the hope that RA would pay her back, because that's what she believed after attending the meetings that they held in Mullumbimby. And she did the retrofit, took the payout, did the retrofit, fixed her house, moved back in, got cancer, and now has not got a payback from RA.
Again, thank you for that evidence. It's very traumatic, I'm sure, for anyone listening to it. I'm sure it's been a very difficult situation we put through. That your evidence will help steer future policy. So, as well as finding further pathways of meeting the crisis and the challenges that you're under. But thank you again. Mr. Emerson, would you like to, before I go to Ms. Pritchard, just on that question of assistance, and you may have some comments about the retrofitting.
So obviously this is anecdotal, but my experience since the flood working in this space with residents in Mooloolaba, that's not an anomaly. So insurance agency will only allow you to repair, rebuild to pre-flood condition. So you can't put in more resilient materials, say in your kitchen. So if they flood again, they're in the same position. So it's just, there's the environmental impact of that as well. So yeah, I can really attest to what, sorry, it's Jan just shared then. And I asked this client to give me their testimony because it's not an anomaly, it's indicative of the experience across the board in Mooloolaba. And what I found working on the ground in this space was the trauma from dealing with the insurance agencies and the stress of trying to maintain their premiums is sometimes worse than the actual disaster. It's prolonged the trauma, exacerbated and compounded it, and forced people to take payouts that like you mentioned, don't cover the costs of repairs just because they're so traumatised in trying to deal with insurance agencies. They just, as in the case of the person that I gave testimony, they did that. So they used this limited payout to try and repair their home after fighting with the insurance agency for about, and they were living in a family in a 1-bedroom shed that wasn't lined out the back. They didn't have kitchen, or they just set up a little makeshift kitchen. So living for 18 months, and their child is significantly traumatised as a result. But they've got no choice. They can't. They want to stay in their community. They can't afford, and I don't think they'd get remortgaged. So they weren't able to take advantage of the payout. In terms of providing that assistance across the board with the services at the community centre and also in the community-led hub that I managed. In the community centre, there was at least a 3-fold increase in people needing our services, but no funding. So none of that RSS funding for case management came to Murwillumbah. It was the community-led hub and the community centre that met that need and is still meeting that need. And now we're seeing the knock-on effect of homelessness, which is not only people that, you know, have not been able to return to their flood-impacted homes, but also it's impacted the stock. So in terms of tenants, you see a lot of landlords that are now moving tenants out so they can renovate and they can rent at a higher rate. So there's just this broad knock-on effect, and you know, insurance is a big part of that picture.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sheldon. So I'll go to Senator Sharma or Senator McLaughlin, whoever wants to go.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't heard whether Senator McLaughlin has questions, so I'll go ahead. Thank you all for your time today, including those on the line, and for sharing your story. So I guess the two themes I'm sort of hearing come out here are the difficulty and trauma of dealing with insurance companies after the event, and then the unaffordability or dramatic increase in premiums and whatnot since. Is that roughly the lived experience here, Ms Pritchard or Mr Emerson?
Yeah, I would say they're the two sort of most pressing issues around it.
And is that just...
Could I just...
Yeah, of course, Mr Emerson.
Jump in on that. If you got the money, there's no problem. One of my neighbours wanted to raise their house, she's got the money. If you go to our local council as an individual and you try to raise your house, the story is the women cry in front of the people at the council and the men, my age, come away and cry at home. Now, she has the money to have the developers and the town architects and all these sort of things do all the work for her. So she's displaced from... What we're talking about here is the people who don't have that wherewithal. If you've got the brokers, if you've got the money to do this, you're fine. So I think we just got to... My point is we're creating a subclass, a larger subclass of people within our society. So it's not one fit... You can't just brush stroke it. For me, we are got to look at those vulnerable people of a certain age, certain sex, living alone perhaps, and who don't have that and have got to go through the loops that these people have. And that's, so I'm sorry, I'm trying to just sort of corral it a little bit, but that's the socially, and with the way we treat the most socially or the most vulnerable people in our society reflects the society we are, and I think it's deplorable. And we're making that cohort larger. Sorry to interrupt there.
No, that's quite all right. Thank you for sharing that. Ms Maxwell or Ms Prates on the line, did you want to comment at all? I'm conscious.
Yes, I would like to comment if I can, just in regard to what the lady from Murwillumbah said about the insurance companies not allowing people to rebuild flood-resilient materials. And I also found that the insurance companies have this like for like has got to replace like. So they're sort of locked into that. I'm not, as was talked about before, not allowing people to rebuild with flood-resilient materials. This is a major point that needs to be changed. They've got to change that. So I just wanted to chip in with that.
Yeah, Ms Prates, it's Senator Sharma again. So just I just want to be clear on what's happening here. So the insurance company doesn't offer you a replacement value or a cash payment, which you can then top up to improve the quality of the fittings or the height of the house. They just say, no, this is the only thing we will... They'll pay against an invoice rather than to your account.
Hey, their whole thing about insurance companies is replacing like for like. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
that's not the nature of the policy, but I know in some settings you can take the value of the payout from the insurance company and then use it to the purpose you wish.
But a lot of people don't have the capacity to manage that.
Yeah, but generally speaking, that's the attitude. So it's very inflexible.
Okay, thanks.
Can I speak to that too, please?
Yeah, is that you, Miss Maxwell?
Yeah.
Yep.
understandably, the insurance companies don't want to pay more, but things like, for instance, if you have a house on the ground and it's got a concrete floor which had carpet over the top, and you don't want to put the carpet back because it'll just get flooded, you have to. So you can't polish that floor unless you take the payout. And once you take the payout, then you have to fight to get the right amount. You have to make sure that you are getting the right amount to cover even the carpet, the original amount, whereas if the insurance company comes in and does the work, then they will, what happens is they give you a scope of works, and of course that the building company can't stay to that scope of works because it's so low, and so they approach the insurance companies and get an uplift of that. Well, when you take the payout, you don't get that.
Yeah, I see. Ms. Pritchard, yeah.
Just the other issue is, the time lag and the fact that because there's such a demand for tradesmen and the cost of materials went through the roof, that time lag, by the time you take your payout, then find your tradesmen, it's so easy to and you can't then go back and go, hang on a minute, it was a lot more to actually do this and then, anticipated and all these other things have are increasing the cost. So, but to try and fight with the insurance agency over some of the details people have to fight over are ridiculous, and because of this like-for-like thing, you're just reinstating a property in a condition that's just making them vulnerable again. So it's just a ridiculous, unsustainable sort of situation that people are in. There's just so many levels to why it's failing and why it's wrong, and those people on the ground, the most vulnerable people, often older people, and then young families that don't have they're trying to deal with not having a house to live in, and then trying to survive, go out to, take care of their kids or do their work or whatever, and then they've got to try and deal with this on top of it. It's just too much. And in terms of case management, yes, there's a lag with that case management, but they're employed by the insurance agency, so whose interest do they have as a priority? So it all just adds trauma on trauma.
So what would you like to see happen, Ms. Pritchard?
I think there needs to be more funding for on-the-ground grassroots organisations. I mean, we're doing the work, we're just not being funded for it to assist. We have that in the RSS roles, but I mean, if you're talking about half a dozen RSS roles up where we are in Pottsville, and they've got a case load of 15 each, that's 60 people. They're, just in Chindra, you've got about 2,700 residents that were affected. In Moolumba and broader region, there's at least 2,200 houses that were impacted. So there's just not enough people to manage it, and it's a little grassroots organisations that are carrying that load, and we're facing a funding cliff. People are still needing support. My funding for my flood recovery role ends in 2 weeks, and we were unsuccessful in getting more funds to keep it going.
Who provides that funding currently?
We got it through Healthy North Coast because we missed out on we weren't included in that tender for the RSS funding.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Sorry, was someone wanting to say something? Was it you, Ms. Peretz?
No, it's Noelle.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Maxwell, please.
One of the questions that you asked me was who were the people in the team that we needed to help us to talk to the insurance companies, and one of the people that I really, really needed was an independent builder. And I think anybody that has an insurance claim needs to be able to access, as part of a disaster response, a independent builder. And even though we've requested that many times from various different community groups, we were never able to get that independent builder who could go around and just help anybody with any of the building questions that the insurance people needed.
Thank you. I must say it was very disturbing to hear. I think, Ms. Pritchard, it was you who said that experiences with insurance companies were worse than the actual flood experience. That paints a picture of what trauma you've been going through. But we also heard throughout the morning as well that the issues, and I just want to highlight these and get your view of whether I have this picture right. So people either are not insured because the premiums are massive, or these companies won't insure them. They are underinsured. And if they are fully insured, then it's like massive, at a massive cost. And we also heard that a lot of people have moved out of the community because of that. And I mean, from what I can hear from all of you, literally everyone is traumatized. Would that be like an accurate assessment of what's happening in the area?
Absolutely.
And
it's getting worse.
And I live up on a hill. I'm never going to be flooded, and my premiums increase 50%. So, we're in that postcode, so you're automatically your premiums are increased. I'm never going to be at risk of flooding.
Are any of you renters, or do you know of the experiences of any renters? What their experience has been through the floods? And yes, Dr. Emerson, Mr. Emerson, if you go.
So, 2 doors down from us, the house got flooded. The couple living in that house, totally traumatized. They then, because of the owner living overseas and the insurance company, the agency, whatever, they just didn't go. That place was not repaired at all for over a year or so. So they'd moved out. They could not live in there. It was unhealthy to live in there, and they spent 16. They temporarily were housed by friends and neighbours and stuff like that. 16 times during a year. We saw them again, and we have a granny flat, and they were on the list for the pods. And the tenant in our granny flat was going back to the United States, so we said, would you like to come in? And they said, well, we still have an opportunity for the pods. I said, no problem, come in. When the pods are ready in 3 months' time, you can go to the pods if you want. So the experience is they were traumatised in the event. These 16 moving around, because these people are working jobs, okay? This were not homeless people and they, luckily for them, they decided not to move into the pods. They gave that place to somebody else, and now they're in our granny flat. So that's a lived experience of these people. I just feel so blessed that I'm not in their situation, but I know that I'm not far off personally. And I feel the trauma for Noel and Jan and everybody. And as Kerry was saying, it's getting worse, and it's re-traumatizing because not only because of the insurance, but it's not just insurance, it's a multiplicity of different things, whether it's the RA attitude. I know you're talking about insurance here, and I know there's specific, but I don't think you can, if you're dealing with this particular issue, see it in isolation from everything else, because I think there's a mosaic. I think if you visualize the picture of the future we want to have, everything comes together, and there is an interconnect between everything.
Yes,
so anyway,
you're absolutely right. And no one should be in that situation of moving 16 times.
Not in a society that I want to be part of.
Absolutely. Ms. Maxwell, I'll go to Ms. Pritchard and then to Ms. Maxwell and Ms. Pritchard.
Again, anecdotally, what we're seeing with tenants is that owners are asking tenants to move out so they can repair their property. Then for whatever reason, they're getting pressure from the real estate agents because our rents and real estate's gone through the roof. When the property's repaired, they're asked to reapply, so they have to then compete with 20, 25 people because we're in a housing crisis. And they can't afford the rents, even if they were able to then, be able to apply and be chosen, they can't afford the new rent. So then a lot of people that rented have, the demographic of our little town is changing as a result of the floods. People that they're the first. The renters are the first. They can't afford to stay once the properties, there's limited properties, and then when the properties are repaired, the rents are so much more. So they're moving, and this is still happening now. I've got a young family that have just moved up to Labrador.
So 2.5 years later, that's still going on. Ms. Maxwell and Ms. Perez, would you like to add something on renters if you have any experiences?
I don't have anything to add at the moment. Just to say, I thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to verbalise what's been going on up on the far north coast, and I hope that some change can come from this meeting. Thanks very much.
That's all right. We still have a bit more time if you can stay on for a few more minutes. We have a few more questions. So I read from experts. Sorry, Ms. Maxwell.
I was just going to answer to that.
Yeah, great.
I just wanted to point out that Dale's example was some people who were renters who chose to pay rent over free pod accommodation. That gives you an idea of how intense the living is in the pod accommodation. It's really, really close by, so it's pretty hard to live there over a prolonged period of time. The other thing is that if your insurance comes in at round about $5,000 or $6,000 or $20,000, and your rates are around about $3,500, what are you going to rent your house out for? It's a massive cost.
Yes.
So anybody that wants to be a renter in a place like, say, Mullumbimby, where the insurance costs are like so crazy high, the owner has to get the renter to help pay for that.
Yes, renters are really, as you said, on the front line, Ms. Pritchard.
Yeah.
Now, I have read from experts who have recommended that insurers be required to be transparent about what makes up premiums, and that consumers be given better opportunities to compare prices over time. Do you think, is there benefit in putting more power into the hands of consumers? If you have any opinions on that, would love to hear them.
Well, sorry.
Yes, no, please go ahead.
Somebody said before, I've had a brief look at my policy, but I really haven't gone into it. And that's pretty much everybody. Nobody can really stomach her. I think more paperwork and more breaking it down. I'm not too sure that would be really helpful, that's all.
Yep. No, that's fair. Ms. Pritchard?
Exactly. I was going to say that. It's already a complicated process, and putting the onus on the consumer is just, it would just add to stress and
more
trauma.
pressure on the consumer. Previously, the government has implemented a reinsurance pool for insurance companies for cyclones and cyclone-related flood damage. That's the federal government, which is backed by a $10 billion government guarantee. And the cyclone pool is basically designed to lower insurance premiums for households and small businesses with high cyclone risk by reducing that cost of reinsurance. Do you think this reinsurance pool should be expanded to also take into account flood risk so that communities can have a hope of getting affordable insurance?
Yes, I do.
Richard?
Yeah. It's
Yes, I agree. I think so. Yep.
Thank you.
So I think if we're going to have more and more, if somebody could say to me, the flood that we had will not be any higher next time, then everybody can take a situation and a calculated guess, and we can be responsible in our community and say, okay, it went to that height, So we can start building houses to that height. Okay, fine. Currently we have a push in the Northern Rivers to build more houses, and that push is coming from our state government requiring us to build the houses next to the villages that currently exist. Those current villages exist on the floodplain. That's why West Ballina was mentioned. This is creating future risks so that anybody who tells people, such as the state government, you've got to increase the number of plots of land, number of houses because the population is increasing, fine, then somebody has to take the responsibility for building houses on floodplains.
Yes.
Because they're just going to pass that risk forward, and who's going to be? It's going to be the owners 5-10 years down the road who are not going to be able to get the premiums. No, they're only, so first of all, the information about flood analysis. Is somebody willing to guarantee that there will not be higher floods? No, nobody's going to do that. So therefore, somebody has to take an insurance policy. That insurance policy has to be paid by who? The people who are creating the increased floods. So if it is man-made or women-made or human-made, then let's get the money from the people who are making the profits and create a fund to cover that excess and make the community, the individual, contribute to a certain level in function of their ability to pay or whatever it might be, but then top it up for the risk. And the risk should not be in the hands of the people who can't read the fine print, who just want to basically survive week to week, put food on the table. That risk needs to be transferred to somebody who can afford it.
I mean, I would argue that the fossil fuel corporations who are making huge profits and creating the climate crisis should pay for some of the insurance, as should governments. Polluter pays principle applies in many other cases, and it should in this case as well. Would you agree with that?
I think that anybody who is making a lot of money has a social obligation to pay taxes to support the roads, the schools, the hospitals, the infrastructure. And especially if I am in an industry which is creating a direct link between the damage caused, then I should be paying a premium on top of that in order to basically cover the extra damage that I'm causing. So not only should I contribute to the maintenance of my society, but if I'm causing damage and my society is allowing that to happen, which is the current case, then I have to pay more. Personally, I would nationalise the whole thing and become Norway, but then we'd control our money and we'd know how to spend it.
Well, that's the recommendation, I guess, for the committee.
Well, let's become Norway.
Yes.
Can I say something
yes.
quickly?
Sorry, who was that? Is that Ms. Perez?
That's Noelle.
Yes. Thanks, Ms. Maxwell.
I believe in Queensland that they have first of all, they've been very proactive with the house raise and the retrofits and the buybacks. They also have a program in place for cyclone improving your house. Now, they've just recently taken their funding, or their money that they got from gas and other sort of things like that, and given people a reduction on their electricity bills and free travel. Personally, I think that money should be going straight back into cyclone proofing, house raising, and all those sorts of things that are necessary to future-proof the houses, and not just in Queensland. That's a really good idea to roll that out everywhere.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. A few of you mentioned earlier that after the floods, got the visit from the Prime Minister. Obviously, state government ministers, I'm sure, also came and promised a lot of things. In your assessment, have they lived up to the promises that were made at the time of the floods? And maybe everyone could answer. Was that Ms. Maxwell?
No.
If I could also, this is Jan Kretz. No, they haven't lived up to what was promised after the flood. We were very badly let down by the New South Wales state government, and very disappointing. We had to wait for a whole year to find out whether we were eligible or not for house raising. And so a lot of people on the North Coast were left in limbo for that year. And then we were told finally at the end of that year, no, we weren't eligible. I think it was a complete debacle, the whole thing.
Mr. Emerson?
I think that's an understatement to say it's a debacle. I think it's a bait. So Prime Minister Albanese comes up and says it's going to cost a lot of money, but it's the right thing to do. So he knew, he knows. We all know that it's the second worst or most worst disaster in Australia's history. There were 6,000 people who applied in New South Wales for under the Resilient Homes program. There was a similar program rolled out in Queensland. Unhappily, the criteria. So, first of all, the funding. The funding was determined by the Queenslanders straight up, 715 mil, half by under the Disaster Relief Act 2018 from the state and from the federal. In New South Wales, there was a promise of 1.5 billion, but we'll go for a first tranche of 750. Then we have the wiggle room. We can't. The first 750, we're going to start with our raises, our house buybacks, our retrofits and our house raises. We're 2.5 years on. Not one house in the Byron Shire has been raised. It's an abomination. It is an abomination. I want to change the border from Queensland, from Tweed River down to the Clarence, so that we can have the criteria that Queenslanders have in relation to house raising and retrofitting, whereby rather than being nickel and dimed by 1 in 20 plus 100 mil in New South Wales, we get the Queensland, which is if you got flooded or if you're below the level that the council allows you to build today, then you get it raised. It's common sense. I know this is a federal Senate inquiry in relation to climate-linked insurance, but you've opened the door, and I can't stop
I think that's good.
just ramming that down. No. We'll be making the same point next week in the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, RA. And the other thing that happens is you keep on changing. They keep on changing the bodies. So you go from Resilience New South Wales to the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, North Coast NRRC. I can't even remember what it's called, so long ago. And then they defunct that and they move into RA. It is a bait and switch operation. It should be illegal. In business, it would be illegal. This would be illegal. What's happened? Yeah. You would be taken to court and you would be put in jail. They'd lift the corporate veil and they would track down the people who've done this. Sorry.
No. That's all right. And last word to you, Ms. Pritchard.
Oh, I haven't got a lot more to add.
Sorry, Terry.
Dale. What was promised was probably under what was needed, and then it was cut. So that says it all. And the process has been really challenging for residents. Yes, you can take your house, but there's no land to buy. We're going to have the Resilient Lands program open up, but not yet. But you've got to sign it. If you want to take your house, you've got to sign before this date, and yet there's no land to actually take your house to. It's just people, they don't know which way's up. It's why they didn't run the Resilient Lands program out at the same time doesn't make sense to me. I mean, obviously there's this process of finding the land and rezoning and blah blah, but from that on the ground perspective, those residents are just copying it and copying it and copying it. And like I said with the testimonial in the beginning, the offer they got was well under what they expected, and even they couldn't even take that. Of course, no one wants to stay going through that trauma, knowing it's going to happen again, especially if you've got children that have been impacted. But they don't have a choice, and they're living in financial hardship because of the premiums of their insurance, which they have to have. So they're between a rock and a hard place. So if they left, they'd end up homeless.
Yeah,
They couldn't afford the rents, and there's no rentals anyway.
Many people don't have the choice to
And
leave.
they're both working. Both university lecturer, works in film. Yeah.
Thank you again, everyone, on behalf of the committee and my colleagues for being here today, but also for doing all the work that you have been doing with the community and in the community for many years. And your experiences and, of course, your recommendations will form a big part of how the committee goes forward, and hopefully the government acts on your recommendations. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And now the committee will break till 1. And I now welcome Ms. Sandra Gilbert and Ms. Regina Bankia from the Tweed Residential Park homeowners. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you both appear today? Thank you.
My name is Sandra Fay Gilbert, and I'm an advocate for the residents that live in all the residential parks in Tweed Heads.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert.
My name's Regina Bankia. I'm also a member of Tweed Residential Park Home Ownerships, and also I live in the Chendra Bay Park.
Thank you and welcome both. And if both of you could make a short statement on your experiences or your members' experiences. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us today. We're really glad to be here and that this is happening, because this plays a big part in the park of most of the residents in the residential parks. I also have gone through the floods with the hub with houses as well, and I'll just raise that a little bit after, but mainly the residential parks. 8 out of the 14 parks went under, and at that stage we had 90% that were insured, and mostly they were insured with CIL, because a lot of the homes up there are older homes and they're insured by CIL. The floods came along and CIL were very good by paying out their insurance premiums, so we've got no complaint about that. Then it was the phone call or the letter to say, sorry, we don't want anything more to do with you. We cannot insure you. Full stop. So that was when the problem set in, and as soon as the residents ring up and tell them their postcode, it's no, 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 no. There are a couple of insurance companies out there at present that will cover, and as you probably are aware, most of the residents that live in these parks are elderly and vulnerable, and most of them are on a pension. And it took a lot for them to be able to afford to pay their premiums that they were paying before, but they managed, as I said, 90% managed. Now we would have less than 10% covered. And those 10% represent the younger people that have come into the park that are working. And we have RACQ who are insuring them, and their premiums have gone from $500 to $3,700 a year. So that tells you, does that paint a picture? Sure. And as I said, and what concerns me, and Regina actually lives in one of those parks and went through the floods and was covered by CIL. And she'll speak a little bit about something that she's been trying to do with insurance after I've just finished here. But it brings us to, they've got no cover. They're sitting there as ducks, just sitting there waiting for the next disaster to come along. Hopefully it isn't in their time, but no insurance. The council and the Local Government Act will not let them raise their homes, whereas outside the fence, all the homes that are out there are allowed to raise them as high as they want. They're not allowed to raise it, not even another step. We've argued with all that, but we can't argue against local government regulations. So they're not insured, they can't raise their homes. And then we had people talking this morning about the RAs and that coming through, offering to refit their houses and fit them all out, only to be told twice after telling them they could get it done, and then no, nothing. So the people in the residential parks up there are in a no-win situation. They are stuck, literally. And there's 14 parks there, and as I said, 2,000 comprised of 8 parks went under. There's still 6 other parks, and every one of them are in the same boat. So we're looking at it probably close to about 6,000 residents not covered. Not covered, not even for contents, let alone, and in no way can they afford it. And I want to take you now to a problem with the insurance companies outside of the residential parks, because I'm one of the coordinators at the Flood Hub. I'm an advocate who deals with all of these. Just want to bring just one case to you, because I know there's a lot of cases and a lot's been spoke about today. I've got a lady, her house was insured for $390,000, single mum, teenage daughter. The floods came, she lives beside a road, and on the other side of the road are the market gardens. So all the water came down from the market gardens across the road into all those houses along here. Suncorp came out and said, oh, sorry, there's a loose tile on your roof. That's what caused the flood. You know, if it was a loose tile on the roof, the water would have escaped. No. 2.5 years on, that lady's had not 1 cent from the insurance company, fight after fight after fight. Us as charities and agencies have provided beds, provided furniture enough to make her home comfortable. 2.5 years on, her home has just had to be demoulded completely out from them suffering from lung problems because of demould. A week ago, she had a floor put down. They've got beds. The house has been demoulded. She's got doors on her home now, and she's got electricity in the front of the house 2.5 years on because the insurance company has refused to pay her. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. And they came along last week, and you know what they offered her? $4,500. This is just one of these horror stories. Just no questions asked. We'll give you $4,500. We'll put it in your account tomorrow. Do you want it? And that's Suncorp insurance. Crazy.
And you said she was insured for $390,000. Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. So she's not insured. She's not insured. Her house has been fixed up by charities and organisations. We were lucky enough to get Service New South Wales to get behind her, and she was able to get that $20,000 grant. $20,000 goes nowhere when you're in a home, a complete home that has gone, and the floors the floors had cracks like this all through all the cement floors in all her rooms. And she got a kitchen. She's had a little gas thing with a plate on top of it. That's been her kitchen, and a fridge. She couldn't believe herself when someone came along the other day and offered her a kitchen that was taken out of one of the homes. She's still living bare, but she's able to live now in there. And as I said, that's just one of the horror. There's just so many, and I know we're here to talk about things and we haven't got all day, but I just wanted to raise those two with the residents in the residential parks and one of those stories. And I'd like just to pass you over to Regina, because she'll tell you her story where she's been trying to get hold of politicians and all that she's found out to no avail, but she's a fighter.
Hi. I also live in a park that was completely impacted. I lost everything. Luckily, I was with CIL Insurance, and I was only insured for the outside of the building. So they paid straight away, no hurries. But about a day after they paid, they sent me a letter, we will not insure you ever again. And then everyone in our park got the same letter. So I rang Insurance Council of Australia and said, please help me, tell me where I can ring for insurance. They gave me a whole lot of numbers, and I rang every one of them. And they all said, no flood, no flood. We'll give you insurance, no flood, no flood. And that's what we're scared of. So then I had a friend in America. They said, oh, they helped the people in Katrina, the government did. So I went into the internet and I could only get very little off it. It's called the National Flood Insurance Program, and it's combined with the insurance companies, and the government overwrites it. So I'd say that's pretty much a guarantee, you know. And I wrote to our local members, and they said they brought it up in Parliament, but I haven't heard anything about it. So I think the thing we've got to do is to get someone in Parliament that can contact the American, whoever's responsible, and get the way it runs. It might be a worthwhile here. I mean, we'd still pay premiums. But insurance companies are scared they're not going to get any money, aren't they? That's all they're worried about. So if we pay a reasonable premium and the government pays a reasonable premium, we might be able to get some kind of insurance like they have down in with Katrina. And I did see one day on TV, someone brought up insurance in Parliament, and Andrew G., an Orange member for Calais, he was speaking about insurance companies doing the wrong thing by people, but it was only a little short thing on TV. So I took his name down and I thought, if this doesn't work, I'm going to write to him. So that's all I'm just saying. If someone could help and look into it, I'm sure it would benefit a lot of people. There's more people than just in the parks here. They're all over the place, you know. So I'd really appreciate if you senators could do something.
Yeah, thank you. That's what we're here to listen to your ideas and your recommendations
Thank you
and
very
hopefully
much.
take it forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statements, and I might turn it to Senator Sheldon to start the questions.
Good. Thanks very much. And that just to assist you, that report that Andrew G. and Parliament supported, that report's they've taken evidence, so they're doing taken all the evidence, and they're doing the final recommendations there that Andrew G. had raised.
Something about it.
And that's in the House of Representatives, and there's an inquiry in northern New South Wales, northern Australia, sorry, which is also being carried out at the moment into insurance in northern Australia. And of course, there's a Senate inquiry that's taking place as well. There are a series of other inquiries, which are happening in a number of places to look at these questions. So today, your evidence today is a great deal of assistance to the committee. So again, I want to thank you very much for coming in front of us all. And I know that all of us have taken a deep interest in your evidence, and Ms. Gilbert's as well. I want to. What's important is on the insurance question as well, and the difference between. Do you have any insight into why you thought CIL was so efficient, and why others haven't been as efficient and been, you know, we've heard some horrific evidence so far about how the insurance companies have re-traumatised so many people. We've seen, and when houses have been trying to be made more resilient, the insurers are not recognising that by fairly reducing premiums. And we'll have insurers before us as well, so I'll be asking questions about all these matters and putting the blowtorch on their feet about these issues. But also, if CIL did a good job, I don't want to, maybe give some insight why they were better and the others have been.
They were fantastic.
So much
It was
drama.
strange. It was strange, because they were coming in because. The first thing a lot of insurance companies have said, we want photos. So, come on, I was in the midst of all of this, right in the middle of, from day one. I wasn't flooded, lucky enough, I wasn't in the floods, but I was in the floods. I was there nearly 24/7, wasn't I, for weeks and weeks and weeks with everyone. Now, CIL were paying out sight unseen.
Yeah, just by photos.
And if they didn't have the photos, it was still... here's your money, here's your money. Then all of a sudden, it just, that's it. We've given you all the money, and they've just refused point blank since then. I'm not sure why. Maybe because of the amount they had to pay out and how many. Well, as I said, CIL would have taken up, 75% of all of the residents in the parks, because they were the ones that used to give out the better premiums and everything, and they've looked after the residents for years.
Also an RV insurance, so if you had your car or RV with
Yeah.
them, they'd give you an extra discount.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure why all of a sudden it just stopped. It was just, look at us, we are so good, here's your money, you know, praises, and then we don't want to know you anymore. It was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? It was just extraordinary.
And it was quick too.
Yeah.
Just the letter, they said, your insurance has been cancelled from the 28th of the 2nd.
And
this
the flood was the
letter,
22nd.
Yeah, and this was dated on the 18th of March, so that's how quickly we got our money.
Yeah.
Any amounts owned. If you have received an offer to renew this policy, it is withdrawn immediately. So, you know.
I might get to that question separately. Secondly, because that's a really important question you've raised, that you've both raised about the withdrawal and about insurance future for the parks. As you said, there's many thousands of people that are that are desperately looking for an answer.
Yeah.
On this, what was the sort of payments that do you have a feel for what the range of payments that CIL made? And as you mentioned, they did it quickly. What was the average wait time for the payment? So the average amounts, do you think, or a range of amounts, and then how quickly do you think they paid?
Yeah, mine took about 2 weeks only.
And how much were you insured for?
I was only insured for $54,000 for the outside of the house.
Yeah.
A lot of other people were insured for quite high amounts. And I think it was Carol and theirs took about 3 months. But anyone that was under, say, 100,000, they seemed to just, send a photo in, and we'll insure it. They did that on the last flood too.
Yeah, a lot of them were insured. I would say that probably 75% were not in that higher bracket, especially with the bigger parks, because I know all of those were insured because they're older, like a caravan and an annex made into a home. They wouldn't insure them anymore from about 45,000. So it was the lower scale that got paid out more or less immediately, and those people that were insured between 30 and 45, their contents was only insured for about 3.
Yeah.
So they were very quickly paying that. But then as the newer homes have come in up to around 100, that was what Regina was saying was the delay, but they still paid out in a quick turnaround.
Yeah. So, Ms. Gilbert, so that point about even the ones that are closer to the 100,000 within 3 months, is that your observation of experience of other home users and the length of time that they had to all wait? Because I'm trying to get this, the difference between chalk and cheese.
Yes.
For other insurance companies, for non-park home, non-park residents, we've been receiving a lot of evidence about the length of time people had waited to get paid out, which is, sometimes...
The ones that were higher, honestly, it took 6 to 12 months with lots and lots of argument, battles, and some, I would say that some in the houses that were, the higher, I know 10 that haven't been paid out, and the others have a lot of them have just been paid out. So they've been living in squalor, they've been not in their homes, they've been homeless, waiting for those higher figures.
And that's the non-CIL.
The non-CIL, yeah.
I'm just how I'm going for time.
One more,
So you've given us some figures there about there's no insurance for those that wish to go. No. There's no practical insurance option, is there?
No.
So is it an absolute zero, or is there some that are taking it up? Just so I'm really clear.
As I said, we'd be lucky if there was 10% that have taken it up.
Yes.
RACQ are covering them, and they're charging them $3,700 to insure their houses for $80,000.
Yeah.
And no less. And that's what it is, take it or leave it, and that is the only company that anyone's managed to be able to get their insurance with out of those 8 residential parks. The insurance have all gone up outside the parks as well with all the insurance companies. They've all tripled They've all just tripled, and a lot of people don't have that money to cover themselves in the big houses as well.
Ms Gilbert and Ms Bankio, is there some recommendations, you've touched on some of the recommendations of things that we should be thinking about as a committee as some of the solutions. Did you want to expand or add anything to those suggestions you've made so far?
Well, I just think that I've knocked my head with all the politicians I know, and the next one was going to go to this Miss G fella.
Yep.
But I think it's up to government now to find out if this type of scheme will work here for Australia. And if it does, it seems an ideal thing. It seems as though the insurance companies and the National Flood Insurance Program somehow maybe pay each other or join each other, and maybe you pay so much to the insurance company and so much to the government. You know, I don't think people would mind if you had to pay some, you know, you've got to pay money for insurance. I don't want it for nothing. So it was just a reasonable amount, because most people in our park are over 70.
I can't, in all honesty, I can't see a positive side of it at the moment with what's happening out, and I'd love to see a positive, and I don't know what the solution is when a lot of them are getting a blanket no, and then it's to the fact that when they have got a yes, they can't afford it. I can't see a way out at the moment until something is put out there for everyone, that everyone's entitled, everyone that lives in a home, whether it's a residential park or a home, is entitled to have some sort of insurance, no matter what. And that's not happening, is it?
There was a suggestion by, sorry, my final question is a suggestion by Byron Council that has particular terminology, but that's not particularly important. The concept is this, and that is that there would be a low insurance cost with a pool, so that if an event occurred and there was a certain, for example, flood, was of a certain height, then there'd be an automatic payout to residents of a set figure. It wouldn't be for the actual, it wouldn't be for realised damage. It'd be a set figure paid out, which would go part of the way, in some cases all the way, so in a number of cases
anything
not
would be better
only
than
part
what
of the
they've
way.
got now, wouldn't it? And I think that's, I hadn't heard of that. And
No, but I think
It's a concept that's been put forward.
yeah,
I think the
concept.
different thing is with the park too, we had trouble getting the 20,000 grant before because we didn't own the land. You see, and we had to fight for that, so we got that. And I think that might come into some insurance things, because land's always going to retain its value, but your housing doesn't. So that's another thing to look at.
And a good point to draw to the committee's attention, as you have, that concept of whether there's a guaranteed amount in light of what happened ultimately, because of the strength of the residents and their representatives, if you don't mind me saying. You've both done such a wonderful job, and the rest of the residents, that the access was given to that 20,000. So if the Byron Council suggestion has, considering what merits that has, I just wanted to ask you what your thoughts were.
It'll work. It'll work.
Yeah, and because my concern is if all the residents have to go through this again, none of them are insured. What happens? We're going to have all these residents that are living on the Tweed River, because the 14 parks just about are all on that river, and not just flood, any disaster. They're homeless. They're homeless because they've got no money to fix their homes up. And as I said, you know, it's not just a house and a house. It's where there's out there that a house takes up one block. There could be 5 houses in that area of those living in the park. So it's just crucial that there's someone out there, or somehow we have something out there for the residents to be able to hang on to and have some hope. Because there is none.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Sharma.
Thank you so much, Chair. How many of the homes were affected by the
2,000?
By the 2020, but sorry, in the parks?
2,000 in the 8 parks.
Okay, because there's about 8,500 homes affected altogether, so a quarter of them, or nearly a quarter of them, were in the parks. And how many of those were insured, roughly? at the time?
At that stage, we were very lucky. There would have been about 90%.
Were insured?
Yes,
Yeah.
we were insured, yes.
And insured to the full value they needed?
Well, whatever they could afford.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
you've got to remember, we're looking at pensioners.
Yeah.
And a lot of them might have been underinsured, but at least they were insured. They were insured with their contents or just, as Regina said, the outside of the home. But 90% would have been insured.
Yeah. And,
Yes.
and what do you
And
think?
they were insured,
And
actually.
do you know? Do you have a figure now for what percentage would be insured?
Now,
Yeah.
there's less than 10%.
Less than 10%.
And I know that figure because I'm an advocate, and over the last 2 years I've been working closely with everyone, doing tribunal cases, and as I'm doing those tribunal cases, I see all the residents. So I've been collecting data, and we've been collecting data at the Flood Hub too, 10%.
10% only are insured now.
And that 10% has only risen from 6% this year.
Right, I see. And what's like? What would be the normal insurance, the value of the policy that you'd like? What's the average size of a policy for replacement value if you're talking about home and contents?
Our park, my insurance when I first moved in was about $75 for 80,000.
For $80,000
That was
worth of contents.
then it went up the following year. It went up to 125 for the same amount, and then another year it went up to 185. And I said I can't afford that. I dropped it back to 100, and that's when I got rid of my contents. So it would be between $75 and $100
Right.
a month.
Yeah.
And now the ones that are insured that have an income coming in, their insurance policy is $3,700 for the year, and it ranges between 75 and 90,000 for the value of their home.
Terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. I just want to go to what you said earlier about the 10% or so, less than 10% who are now insured. You said they're probably new people who have moved in more recently and are younger, and even they are paying 3,700. You said, like it was 500 and now it's 3,700. And is that, do you know if that's underinsured even with that amount, or
They're underinsured.
they're still underinsured?
They're underinsured, yes.
Even with the
Yes.
massive increase,
Yeah.
they're still underinsured.
Yeah, they're still underinsured because there's a lot of new homes gone in to the park, to some of the parks that we're talking about. And to start with, they paid $140,000. This is just over the last 18 months, $140,000 to buy those little homes. So to start with, they're down the gurgler before they even put anything in their homes.
And have any people left? I know it's very hard for people.
Yes, that's why I'm
leave,
saying
but
we
there
have.
people
That's why I'm
left.
saying we've probably got a lot of the newer people are younger now,
That's-
and the
yeah,
ones that are
okay, so
coming
people have
in
left.
are working because they can't afford the old. A lot of the older people just had to walk away. They had to walk away from their homes completely. Yeah, because some of them were still underinsured, but yeah, a lot did walk away. I'd say 20% of all those parks that went under, we lost 20% of those residents, didn't we?
Yeah, in
Yes,
our park too, yeah.
very much so. Yeah,
And this insurance is, you said RACQ with the insurer?
yeah, RACQ, yes.
And no one else?
No one else.
No one else would insure?
No.
Yep.
A couple of them had quotes from NRMA, but they were higher, and it was quite incredible to know that they live in New South Wales. Yeah, it was RACQ.
Yeah.
That was cheaper. NRMA started when just after the floods. They were around about the 500-600, but then before that next year, it just raised up.
yeah.
I think it went to about 2.4, and then 2.5, and then it's gone up between 3 and 3.7. Yeah.
We were talking earlier about CIL, and Dr. Thompson has done some very quick research, and we find that CIL is actually owned by Suncorp Group.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so it's very interesting that
When
the
we went-
different treatment.
When we went to the flood
Yes,
hubs,
yeah.
they were held their own insurance. A lot of insurance companies were there, and Suncorp had one sign and about 8 other signs behind it.
Yes.
Suncorp was one. I think AIG was another. I can't. There's a whole lot of them, so you don't know who you're dealing with.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the problem. And with the cost of insurance rising up so much, there's some estimates that say that it's risen faster than inflation. It's in the past few years, it's actually surged over CPI. And they have actually become a driver of inflation. That's what people say as well. And people do say that there is no visibility, like you said, like who knows who owns what. There's no visibility also of insurance premiums or the profits that companies are making. We've heard about transparency this morning in flood mapping and how insurance companies assess flood risks. Do you think there is need for more transparency?
Of course there is.
For people to publicly be able to see what's going on?
There has to be.
As soon as you give them a postcode now,
It's no.
even with the cars, they just.
That's what I've heard as well.
Yeah, well,
they're
that's what
spreading
happened
it
with
out.
the cars. A lot of them don't have a car anymore. They don't have a car. I know we're talking about homes here, but everyone that lost a home lost a car, and 50% no longer have a car.
And which really impacts on your quality of life. Ms. Bankia, you were talking earlier about Hurricane Katrina and what the US government had done by underwriting. I think it's a similar thing with the federal government here did as well, implemented like a reinsurance pool for insurance companies for cyclones and cyclone-related flood damage, and then backed it by a 10 billion government guarantee. And what this means is that this pool was kind of designed to lower insurance premiums then for households and small businesses, which had a high risk. I'm just wondering, given what you said, do you think this is something that could work here as well to lower premiums, especially given that this is going to be a long-term thing?
Yeah, I know, but as I said, I don't know enough about. I can't get onto America. I don't know any politicians.
But something that lowers the prices.
Yeah, if they could look into it and just see the guts of it, and just see how it works, it might be something to look at, or even expand the one you're talking about. Just combine it somehow.
Yeah. Do you think governments, in your experience, I mean, you gave the example of local government and, across the fence, people can raise their homes, but here you can't. But put that to one side, because that's a regulation issue. Have state and federal governments done enough in the area to support people who have suffered for too long?
I'd like to say something there. Our local government member, we started a flood hub the day after the floods, and it is still going. And he has been to our hub once, and it was when I invited him, because I found out that he was sitting on a panel in Sydney that had to do with electricity problems that were happening in the residential parks. He has never shown his face. He has never, when the floods happened, he walked through with our federal member, they walked through with all the politicians, they came back and promised us the world, and we've never seen them since. And I've got to be honest, and that is never seen them since. Oh, sorry, our federal member came and did a sausage sizzle. A sausage sizzle when on the first anniversary of the floods. And I do know that her husband was trying to get into politics for the state side of it.
I think he did, didn't he?
No, he didn't. But honestly, it has fallen on deaf ears. It's as if that no one exists up there. We talk about all the people that live in Chenda and Kingscliff and Coogin and all around there. Does anyone know where that is? We go to meetings. I go to a lot of meetings, and I'm, as I said, I'm an advocate. And a lot of us go around and we say, and Kerry Pritchard that was here before, I accompany her, we sort of do a lot of things together, and we say, hey, does anyone know where these places are? Do you know how to spell it? It might sound silly, but I'm being open and honest.
Good.
It's as if that these, and I'm sure there's other areas where these people are forgotten, and, sorry, You ask a question and I'm answering you.
No,
I'm answering you honestly.
That's what we
and
like.
I think it's very sad. I think it's very sad, especially up our area. We've got a lot of homes that went under, but there's 14 caravan parks where the elderly and the vulnerable, who were very traumatised because they had no one to get them out in the floods to start with, have been ignored. And these are the people that have to vote for them, and they've just been, well, they just don't exist. I'm sorry, there should have been more, and still should be more being done. Especially a lot of the residents have raised a lot of this with the politicians and said, hey, you know, please, can you help? And it's gone on deaf ears. And, you know, we've got residents like Regina and other residents that are trying their hardest to look beyond their means, you know, of what can we do? And they write to them. Yeah.
If there's one recommendation you could make to us in terms of, you know, climate, the impact of climate risk and insurance, what would it be to help the residents that you represent?
Well, I think mostly, I mean, we need the help of the senators normally, of someone in government, and we can't keep waiting. We're talking 2.5 years since the flood. We can't wait another 2.5 years. You know, every time it rains, there's a downpour, a lot of people aren't sleeping. They come out and they look at the ground, and it's scary, you know. So that's what we need, an answer, even if there's a hope, you know, to say the hope this is probably going to go through Parliament, or this is going to happen. And if it'll help them, it relieve a bit of their pressure, you know.
As you say, just hope.
Yeah, just hope.
But to talk about it and put it out there in the public instead of sweeping it all under the carpet, and no one wants to talk about it. Every time it's raised, you cut down. Put it out there open and honestly. And if it's going to take a while for them to do something, just be open and honest and say, look, this is what we're looking at, but hey, it might be 6 months down the track. Nobody cares as long as they're open and honest, and it looks like that you're seen to be wanting to help the people out there, you know, not just to back away from it. And to tell the truth, be open and honest. And if this is too difficult, say, look, we've got this difficult part here, but let's try and get over this difficult part and see if we can make something simpler. Please bear with us, but it's going to take time. Just be open and honest.
Yeah, that's all you need.
That's all we
Just
ask
hope,
for.
hope.
And as Regina said, the word hope.
And that's what we need.
Yeah.
It's a simple word, but it's a very powerful word.
It is.
Hope and honesty and transparency. Those 3 words.
Before we all die.
Well, thank you to you both for being honest and open with us, because we need to hear the truth. And thank you very much for doing that. And I know you've done that many times before, but let's keep the hope.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, both.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We'll just start in a minute, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
I now welcome Mr. Colin Lee from the Rotary Club of Ballina on Richmond I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you, Mr. Lee. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear today?
Colin Lee, I'm we just finished, the Flood Recovery Coordinator for the Rotary Club of Ballina and Richmond, past, present.
Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. And I now invite you to make a short opening statement before I open up for questions.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Rotary Club of Ballina and Richmond Flood Recovery Team. As I mentioned, Col Lee, our club ran a flood recovery project from the 28th of February 2022 till the 28th of May 2024 for nearly 2.5 years non-stop. And during that time I've heard many horror stories related to the disgraceful treatment to clients by insurance companies, these people most times with their very lowest ebb. And I'll just give you an overview of the projects we did. In that time we conducted a 5-stage project consisting of 1, to provide hot meals for the local evacuation centres around Ballina. Once the roads were accessible, at West Ballina, members helped clean out homes, remove floor coverings, pressure clean houses, caravan park amenities, cabins and caravan annexes. The outcome, over 70 residences were assisted with the clean out over several weeks. Number 2, commence a major fundraising campaign to assist residents affected by flooding with the object of providing $500 voucher packs, which we personally delivered. We set up a team of long-term local members in conjunction with Ballina Shire staff and SES to locate the worst affected areas in the town with an aim with our fundraising to raise $300,000 in 6 weeks. The outcome, we raised over $820,000 raised in the 6 weeks, with $520,000 being distributed in Ballina Township. We then move on to Wardell region, $62,000 in vouchers, then to Broadwater, $120,000, and Woodburn, $80,000. Number 3 was to provide a crisis meal centre in Wardell for 3 weeks and Broadwater 5 weeks, 7 days a week, from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day for the Army, volunteers and flood-affected residents who were unable to provide for themselves. Outcome, over 30,000 meals were provided at no cost, thanks in many cases to the generous business houses who provided many of the food items for the food centres that we ran. Number 4 was to organise free community events for flood-affected residents in Ballina, Broadwater, Wardell and Woodburn, with an outcome, sellouts at all events, with a standout being members of the community getting together for the first time in many cases after the floods to talk amongst themselves over the disasters that they had. All were highly successful events. And number 5 in our latest project, which we've just completed, to provide temporary housing to flood-affected property owners whose homes were uninhabitable, many washed away or destroyed by landslides. The outcome, with continual fundraising of $720,000, we were able to erect 40 homes, which we supplied, erected and fitted out with internal kitchenettes, hot water, showers and white goods. We finished in May this year. We, in that, provided accommodation to well over 120 people and gave families dignity, warmth and security. In that, we estimate we probably saved 6 lives by giving these people a decent place to live due to their depressed mental state. Unfortunately, in all the work we've done, we have seen the very worst of living conditions and extreme hardship in many cases, aggravated by broken promises by insurance companies and some government departments continually and changing policies, flood mapping and top personnel without any regard or concern for the well-being of their suffering clients who are in a state of hopelessness. Being practical, after the major event of 2022, we now live in a high-risk area of major flooding. And insurance companies now take this into account when setting insurance premiums. This is called hedging in their risk management strategies so they remain financially viable. Australia is no longer viewed by international underwriters as low risk in their risk assessment on policies and therefore have to adjust their premiums accordingly, which is passed on to the client. What I would prefer to see is that insurance companies treat clients with greater decency, transparency and expediency with claims as a priority with natural disasters such as the floods of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collin, and thank you for all the work you and your club has done as well, extensive work to support the community under very difficult circumstances.
Very difficult.
Thank you so much. We might change it up a bit and go to Senator Sharma first.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lee, I know this isn't necessarily your expertise, but you did mention the global underwriting insurance market there. What do you understand is happening there and in terms of its impact on insurance premiums in Australia?
Well, I've spoken for our regional manager for in Rotary, head of regionalisation for Rotary, sorry, happens to be the barrister for the insurance companies. Right. And I spoke to him when he came up here recently to oversee the work we've done about exactly this topic. And the problem being is that insurance companies, or the situation is, have packages in each centre. Say Ballina, so we have an insurance company that say, look, we've got our portfolio here is $10 million. We want you to underwrite those policies for us. We were low risk in Australia.
I mean, Australia as a whole.
Australia as a whole.
Yeah.
Even the east coast of Australia. So the underwriters are going to say, oh, you've copped, you know, a $100 billion claim down the east coast of Australia. You're not low risk anymore. So where it was costing you $1 million to underwrite it, it's costing them probably $2 or $3 or $4 million. So they're charging more to the insurance company to underwrite it. Naturally, they pass it on. It's just how it works. Yeah. Unfortunately, now that's unfortunate, but we've gone out of that low risk category now to not high risk, but certainly well up in the scale.
And in terms of like the scale of the 2022 flood, so I've read that it was the largest single payout insurance event in Australia, right?
Yep.
What I mean, so there are about 8,000 homes
affected.
I think 5,000 that were completely destroyed or made uninhabitable, I guess, and about $6 billion in insurance payments. I mean, what, in your opinion, made this the most expensive, or the highest cost insurable event in Australia in our history?
Oh, just the devastation, and the destruction of houses. Like, we could have done probably more if we'd had the money. We had so many politicians pat us on the back. We had bruises on our back saying, what a great job you're doing, because we're doing houses for 20,000. They're putting in pod villages with a house between 400,000 and 600,000. Certainly they weren't to the standard of the we don't put the houses in the standard that they do, but it's a temporary house anyhow. Look, to answer your question, it's what can they do? The whole region now is such that floods have been around this area forever. I've lived here all my life.
Yep. Okay.
So it's not unusual. But what was unusual was just the sheer magnitude of the water. We had 2 fronts come in for the first time ever, and very, very poor monitoring. You've probably heard that.
The complaints about the forecasting, yeah.
People were saying it was going to be between a mild to moderate flood. The next minute they got water going over the roof of their house that didn't even have water on the front garden. So it's just the sheer magnitude and the degree of devastation through the houses.
If people had had more warning, so if the weather forecast had been more accurate, what steps would residents take? So if you're warned it's going to be an extreme flood rather than a mild or a moderate, and you had, I don't know, 12 to 18 hours to respond to that, what would you do differently?
Well, the first thing you do, you load your car up and your possessions, maybe your wedding photos and all that sort of stuff that we saw piled up in the street.
So load your car and leave?
And leave.
Yeah.
You can't stay in the house. So I maybe unhook the boat off the trailer so it's ready if you were going to stay in the house. But these are practical things. And get out, get into higher ground. So many people were rescued and so many people lost their life. I don't know if you know the numbers, but I work with the Army and it's staggering the number of people that lost their lives. It's just awful.
Yeah.
So just, if you've got more time, you're more prepared. At this stage, you know, I've got particularly areas like Wardell and Broadwater that had massive damage, and Lismore, we know Lismore and Corrikai, these areas, but time, just get everything ready. Most of these people have seen floods before, so it's not a new occurrence. And they say, oh, well, last time the water, they said it was mild flooding, water came on the front lawn. Didn't come through the second tier of their house. So it's preparation well in advance.
Yeah.
Bad monitoring by the authorities. The old farmers up the back of Dunoon and whatever. I knew we were going to have a hell of a flood because I was in the middle of going to Brisbane.
Because you were where, sorry?
I was we were going to Brisbane I had to go up there.
Right.
For a medical appointment on the Monday. We were driving up on the Sunday, and I said to my wife, this is going to be a hell of a flood. So we get up there and we turned around and came home. And it was, because just when you start listening to places like Dunoon and all these up in the top areas.
Further upriver?
Yeah, upriver, getting, you know, something like 36 inches of rain a day and, you know, 3 or 4 inches an hour, that is serious rain. So preparation, time, and as I say, local knowledge would have been
were you here in the 74 floods in?
I was here in the 54 floods, believe it or not.
Right, I wouldn't have guessed that.
You're very kind. But no, I was.
You would have been a young boy in the 74 floods.
I was sitting on my dad. I can still remember it. I've actually written a book on it, to be honest with you, on the floods and what we've done. And I can remember sitting on my dad's shoulders going, he was waist deep where we lived on a property south of Ballina. And I remember the 54 flood. And there was no water in our house. It went up the second step. We're in our own residence. This time it had 2 metres of water inside it.
The same house?
Same house.
Residence, yeah.
But I've been in all the floods. And in that 74 flood, well, I was an NRMA serviceman. And that was a fair bit of work, but nothing like this. At least you could get in and out of Ballina before you...
And the main differentiating factor is just the volume of water.
Volume of water. And yeah, but what also happened, Senator, was the amount of mud and landslides. We've just done 6 houses in Nimbin. The volume of land that's been just completely washed away in landslides and houses with it, extraordinary. Something like you wouldn't imagine. We went up there and gee whiz, you know, all the roads, the whole things, hundreds and thousands of tons of soil and rocks just straight down, just lying in bed, these people, boom, felt the house move. Next minute they jump out the door or the window. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Over to you, Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks. Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lee, for coming and joining us. I very much appreciate it, and thanks for your evidence so far.
Thank you, Senator.
There's a couple of short lines of questioning. One of the things that was evidence given earlier today, in good faith, about the value of temporary housing in comparison with permanent housing, and a desire to have more temporary housing being made in a more permanent value. I know the rotor units. I've read a little bit about the rotor units that you guys have done, and I've just again the rotary. What you've done has been fantastic. I really respect the work you've coordinated with the rest of Rotarians and the community. One of the other piece of evidence we've had, which is sort of related to where should resources be allocated to deal, and to bring it back to this insurance inquiry, is a lot of evidence we're receiving is that that people are being forced to take insurance payouts because they're not able to sustain their family whilst trying to negotiate an arrangement. And one of the things that strikes me is the rotor units concept starts to deal with that temporary accommodation, takes some pressure off being forced to move out quickly and being at the hands of the insurance company. Really the bargaining power is limited anyway, but the bargaining power is particularly limited if you've got nowhere to live.
Correct.
So you want to just give your views about the importance of having some temporary units, and again, not devaluing the evidence given earlier this morning. I know the way it was given was was reasonable arguments about some of the concerns we should be considering.
I guess from our perspective, when we were asked to do this because of the way we conducted all the other recovery work we've done, particularly with the vouchers and all that community events, the situation when we were asked to take on temporary housing, we looked at exactly what it was. And then we got onto some of the care facilities and recovery centres around to get their gauge on it, and they had quite a lot of people. The care workers were working with, living in cars, caravans, old sheds, you name it. The houses weren't fit for living in. They were waiting on the insurance company either to make a payout or do reassessments. The number of people that we were dealing with were mainly farmers. And the first probably 15 we did were all farmers. And the problem with the farmers was the fact that they might have been staying in a place in Bangalore or even up to the Gold Coast, travelling down to get their farms sustainable again. And they just give up. It was just still too hard. They go to the farm, the place was a hell of a mess, and think, where am I going to start today? So they get the thermos out and sit under a tree. And temporary housing is temporary housing. There is we followed the guidelines set by the government and councils to meet that requirement. Generally, the problem with temporary houses is they're not built to a standard to withstand a lot of weather for a long time. Certainly what we put in is a temporary house. It is, but what it's been able to do, and this is the way we wanted it to happen, and it's been proven, the farmer lives there, the wife and the kids could be somewhere else, but he can live there, get the farm operational again. And it's been an absolute great story. We've got a lady in Byron Bay, of all places, that was the last one we did, where the house got undermined by all the water coming down from the hill across, which the stability of the house moved. She was insured. The insurance company said, oh yeah, righto, well, we'll put you in a unit and we'll fix the house. So they propped the house up, got tradies in, and they glued all the bricks back in, glued them in with a resin. So what happened, once they'd let the jacks down, all the resin popped out, and the house is just like this, cracked the roof. Insurance company said, well, we fixed it. Well, she said, well, I'm not happy. So she got an engineer in. The engineer said the house has got to be demolished. She got three engineers in to have a look at that. So she's working still with that. The insurance company keeps, originally the house, she got over $1 million mortgage. They offered $300,000 for the house. That doesn't even do the underpinning of the house. So we put a little unit in for her and a mum who, through the stress, has had a heart attack. She's a mess, the lady with the 2 kids. She's fostered 2 kids out and kept one at home. One's gone working. So that's it fills the need for her in the time to argue and fight with the insurance companies to do a reasonable thing. And so there's a number of issues. We've done a few like that, quite a few, where people are waiting to get the homes finished, and this fills the void, which has been excellent. 3 or 4 around Broadwater, Corrico. So what you're saying is exactly right in our project. The pod villages, they're more renters. We have to deal under the legislation, should be property owners, must have owned a property. That's what regulations we work under.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of renters, like we hear the ladies with the caravans and things. That's a different scenario to what we've been doing.
That's if we've got time, I'll ask another question. But thank you, Mr. Lee. Again, thank you for the great work.
Thank you so
the
much.
community's done.
Thank you.
It's made a difference and it's making a difference.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Mr. Lee, you were talking earlier about a more timely warning, and people would have, I'm hoping lives would have been saved because of that, and people would have had more time to take some of their, treasured possessions. But I'm like, with a flood of this intensity, houses would still have been damaged unless they had been more resilient or, we had adapted them beforehand. So I'm just wondering if you have any views on how from now on, is there enough work being done on resilience and adaptation, and is there enough support being provided by the government to do that? We heard that insurance companies are saying like for like, which is kind of ridiculous because you should actually be improving it. So that's a big barrier. But is there any other work and support that's been given to be able to do that work?
Look, not for what I see. I think what's happening, people are out there just wanting to do, get back into their own homes. We've got, like, the Cabbage Tree Island's a classic, which we've been helping that community with. They're wanting to get back in because they want the stability of their own home. We're also, I know I'm just going around the corner a bit with this, but we've just set up a program with the Wardell Corps to do what they call Help Them Home program. And that's where homeowners who might have had a payout can't get tradies because they're all so busy, are trying to learn skills. So we've just got a $60,000 program for materials and to pay plasterers and painters and do a bit of handiwork to interested people. That's a sellout every time we've been doing that. It's a great program, and it allows people to get back in their own homes quicker or make them more livable. Some people are living in their own homes now. There's no internals, no plasterboard inside, no ceiling, cold, horrible. And I just went down to a house just recently, and they had 19 people on this program plus 2 plasterers, and they were able to do that, plaster that house out in 2 weekends, and now they're going to paint that, but they're learning skills so they can do their own places because they've given up on either getting an insurance payout or getting a tradie in. So, in answer to your question, I don't think you can do too much apart from buy a block, hire off get off the floodplain and go higher. That's the only practical thing to do.
Yeah.
But
raising some homes could.
raising some homes, all right, but you've got to think of the, you know, I'm not real keen on going up and down 20 stairs. That's the other side of it.
Yeah,
you know, there's a lot of people in these. A lot of the farmers are elderly. They're all my vintage, and they just carried on generation to generation. To lift their homes, it's okay climbing into a tractor, but when you've got to climb up 20 stairs, and that's what it'd be, really is dangerous, and mobility is a great issue. So there's not a real easy fix for that. I think the only thing you can do is move, which they don't want to do. Once you move off your farm, you lose the interest in keeping it sustainable again.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the prediction is that disasters like this will increase in frequency and intensity. And I mean, it is really breaking the insurance system the way it is set up at the moment.
Oh, definitely.
It is completely, like, costs are soaring and people are not being insured. So I just want to get a view from you, what's your view on how to make insurance for businesses and homes? How does government step up and try and make insurance affordable?
Well, the only thing governments can do is to partly fund insurances, but they've also got to look at the value that particular. You take a farm. I'm from a farming background. You take a farm and what that provides in commodities, in money that goes into the towns, education, all these sort of things. The government's got to look at see what value these particular places are worth to them. And I'm saying that's so all right. The average, I'm talking to people all the time, and $8,000 to $10,000 for a home for flood insurance is not uncommon. So the government might say we've just got to set a platform of X amount, and then we'll try and override it if it's affordable for the government. It's a massive payout for the government too. So do they raise the taxes on the other side for the shortfall? So it's a balancing act. Can government I guess the only thing government
can't go on like this. Communities are breaking.
Mental health is dreadful, Senator.
Yeah.
One of the things is that maybe governments are going to say we're not going to allow any more residential on low-lying land, because the low-lying land, let's face it, is the prime land.
Yep.
It's next to the river. Put your boat in, go fishing, boom, lifestyle, looks great. But when you have the calamity like we've just had, and a disaster that big, it takes the shine off it. So maybe they've got to look at opening land, which I know is agricultural, which is a difficult one. We don't like to see good agricultural land just go into housing, but people have got to be housed. So maybe there's got to be some guidelines with, I know they keep raising and raising and raising, but it still doesn't do the trick, as we've just found. Depending on as you're saying, the projections are going to be more and more of these natural disasters.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
Which also leads to the question of governments doing more to actually mitigate the climate crisis, like possibly opening up no more coal and gas mines, but that might be a question for another time.
Yeah. Well, I'm concerned about electricity, but
one of the proposals, Mr. Lee, that to make insurance more affordable, that's come up in a few submissions, for example, from the Insurance Council of Australia, is for stamp duty on general insurance premiums, to be abolished. It's imposed by states, a stamp duty on general insurance premiums. That's an idea that has come through. Do you think that's something worthwhile considering?
I think it's stamp duty in the scheme of things is peanuts. You know,
It'll be a few
But-
$100 only, I think. Yeah.
If you've got a $10,000 bill and they're going to knock $200 off it,
Yeah, that's
not
very
even
little.
worth mentioning, is it?
Yeah.
Really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, yeah.
It's something. I know it's a goodwill thing, but it's really doesn't make much difference. The big thing is that bottom line figure. And I know, you know, as I was saying in that bit of an opening talk there, we can genuinely say we've saved about 6 or 7 people. Some of those people tried to take their life before we got there, and they've been put onto us around the Mullumbimby area, Nimbin. Terrible, tragic stories out there. Yeah.
Yeah, you did say you've seen a lot of
We've seen some massive, terrible situations.
That's all the questions I have, unless senators, you have any more? No.
Not for me, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If the community members who are here with us for this session, please join us at the table. Is there anyone on the phone? Welcome to you both for joining our community panel this afternoon. And the committee really thanks both of you for appearing before the committee today and for your willingness to come forth and share your experiences, which I'm sure you've done many times before, and the committee is very cognizant of that and very grateful to you, because what you tell us today will take us forward in how we make recommendations to the inquiry. So thank you so much for that. And with that, if I could please ask you to state your full name for the Hansard record. Any of you could start.
Sure. I'm Christy Morrow. I'm a Recovery Support Service Case Manager from the Clarence Valley.
I'm Natalie Vanderkly, and I'm also a recovery support case worker down in the Clarence Valley, working under the New School of Arts Neighbourhood Centre.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vanderkly and Mrs. Morrow. Now, could I ask, start with one of you to make a brief opening statement, if you'd like to do so.
Sure. So I'm here today on behalf of our project manager, who's unable to be here today, and he has asked that I pass on the following. Overall, his main concerns are the long-term impacts, his and ours as a team and the residents of the Clarence Valley, are the long-term impacts for the residents in terms of the values of their properties, with the Clarence Valley being deemed uninsurable by 2030. Residents and property owners in Grafton and the Clarence Valley region face significant implications if their area becomes uninsurable due to the high rate of natural disasters that we encounter. Without insurance coverage, they may be left vulnerable to financial losses in the event of floods, storms, bushfires, or other natural disasters that frequently occur in our region. In relation to financial hardship, without insurance coverage, residents may struggle to repair or rebuild their homes and properties in the aftermath of a natural disaster. This could lead to significant financial strain and hardship for those affected. In relation to property devaluation, properties in uninsured areas may lose value as potential buyers may be hesitant to invest in a property that is at high risk of damage from natural disasters. This could have long-term impacts on the local housing market and economy. And then it also puts limited access to finance, and banks and other lenders may be reluctant to provide loans or mortgages for properties in uninsurable areas, further limiting the ability of residents to purchase or maintain their own homes. And then the social and community impacts are that the inability to obtain insurance for properties in high-risk areas could have a broader social and community impact, which would affect local businesses, schools and infrastructure. It may also increase the burden on emergency services and government agencies in their response to disasters. I am a ratepayer and a mortgage holder in the Clarence Valley. Personally, my house and contents insurance rose $140 a month. In the last financial year, I pay $529 a month insurance, which is almost unaffordable, but it is a condition of my mortgage that I have insurance, so it's a catch-22. And obviously I'm not the only person in the Clarence Valley with a mortgage, but with the rising cost of living, you know, I think people are finding it very difficult to pay their mortgage without the increase of insurance and electricity hikes and so forth. And again, it's quite concerning if, you know, the Clarence Valley does become uninsurable, as with, you know, Ballina, Lismore, this whole blanket area. People won't be able to obtain mortgages to purchase their own properties. So they're all very alarming factors, really. And my response to that is, instead of the insurance agencies just treating these local government areas with a blanket effect, with the postcode being postcode relevant, perhaps they need to take cases by case study. As was mentioned earlier today, you've got people who are living at Bar, which is up on a hill. They're nowhere down the bottom. They're not going to be impacted by a flood. Why should they be paying the premium for that? That's just my experience and my opinion.
Thank you, Mrs. Morrow. How about you, Ms. Van der Klaar? If you could make an opening statement, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, so yeah, I am here on two different caps on, as someone who went through the 2022 floods and was completely isolated, and my father-in-law's house had water through it, and we had to also get people out of houses in a tinny. Yet the Clarence Valley wasn't declared being part of the floods until a later date, and we also didn't get recovery support funding till a later date as well. We have not received any buybacks in the Clarence Valley. Insurance is ridiculous. Some places are really highly priced, some are like very cheap in like within meters of each other sort of areas in little towns. Yeah, I talked with my manager as well, and we went through and looked through the different state mitigation disaster documentation, the plan that came out, and yeah, the Clarence Valley is the highest flood level risk for social environment, economic environment and natural environment when it comes to floods. Like and according to the data, we're going to be uninsurable by 2030, and that's in the climate valuation going under the imperative to act in Australian high flood risk suburbs, and the inconsistencies between all of the different insurance is very obvious in the Clarence too. But yeah, we just wanted to come and have a voice for the Clarence Valley too, because we seem to be quite forgotten and haven't had anywhere near the support we needed in our recovery. So, yeah.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Walford. If you could please introduce yourself and make a short statement, opening statement, if you'd like to.
Yeah, my name is Nick Walford. We own the Ballina Byron Islander Resort, which is about 2 kilometres west of here. So that's 40 rooms, conference centre, restaurant and bar. So we are in a slightly different position because we weren't insured for flood, like most people, because it's prohibitive, but we were insured for storm. And this is, and still is, the contentious issue, because we actually went underwater 3 days before the flood, before the waters came down from Lismore. The only trouble is, despite all the evidence and testimonies, sworn testimonies, the insurance company won't believe us. We have video evidence, you name it, we've got it, they won't believe us. So far they have firstly made some insulting payments, payment offers, and have only so far paid out a small amount to account for loss of business for 2 days when we couldn't get access. And we're still fighting 2 years later, despite the fact it cost us about $600,000 to get going again, which we had no choice to do because that's our business. We were fortunate enough to have the Army come in for a few weeks, initially to help out, which was amazing, and then they came and stayed because they had limited places to stay except on muddy ovals in Lismore. So that was good, but of course we've been penalised for that a bit too, because that was income provided, even though they're really only helping us. Yeah, so that's where we stand at the moment. We're still out of pocket, enormous amount, and we don't know what we're going to get as yet.
Well, thank you for giving evidence. I might open up for questions. Senator Sharma.
Can I just ask a little bit about, thank you, Chair, about RSS, Recovery Support Services? Sure. Yeah, how is it it's funded by Reconstruction, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, right?
Federal government.
But it's an like I noticed looking at the website, there are sort of outsourced providers in different areas. Is that right?
Yes.
So who are you? Like, who's your employer?
So we work under the consortium of the neighbourhood houses. We work for the New School of Arts in South Grafton.
Right. Okay.
And our office is situated within their realm.
Okay, I see. And then how many what do you describe yourselves as, caseworkers? Or?
Caseworkers, case managers.
Okay.
We provide practical support and referrals for people who have been predominantly flood impacted, but moving into disaster impacted as well. You know, in the Clarence Valley, in the last, I think, probably 5 or 6 years now, we've encountered 2 or 3 floods, one of them obviously being unprecedented, significant bushfires, a pandemic. Our clients are incredibly battle weary. We're also a rural area, so we have a lot of farmers as well who have also encountered drought. And again, our clients are incredibly battle weary. So not only did we assist people in navigating their grants, again, we are a referral pathway, so making a lot of referrals and working very closely to the disaster clinicians through mental health services, through our local health district. We also provide advocacy as well. We have had to work with some clients with legal aid and the appeals process. And now, most recently, we're working in conjunction with them in supporting them through their journey with the Resilient Homes program, which is a whole nother story, which it's very rewarding but tiresome work. And we have also heard, you know, like Colin, we have experienced a lot of horrific stories and people being isolated for an extended period of time. I have one particular client who is residing in a Camplify van through the Caravan at Home program, to which we had to fight tooth and nail for because the Clarence Valley was deemed ineligible for that program. So even though we had people coming from the Lismore and Richmond valleys to reside in emergency housing down in the Clarence, some of our residents were left without homes as well. So it's certainly been a long road and it's far from over. And to hear the inconsistencies regarding insurances and now the fact that they're facing being uninsurable is you know, quite overwhelming, really.
What does a client need to access your service? I mean, do they have to have
Nothing
suffered during a natural disaster?
Yeah, well,
or
yeah,
anything?
yeah,
That's what
and
they
it's
do.
a self-referral process. As Natalie was saying earlier, we were late to be deemed eligible down in the Clarence Valley, so our program didn't kick off until about September. Yeah, so 6 months post the event. We have a team of 4 caseworkers, a team leader and a project manager.
And how many clients would you have
So
roughly active at any one time as caseworkers?
As of yesterday, I've still got 20 clients active on my case, and we've had an extension. A lot of the other RSS services up the coast have already closed down. We managed to have a extension put onto our program, which was good because we've still got a lot of really complex cases, and there's nowhere for these people to turn to when RHP is still not being delivered. We haven't had any of the raises or retrofits happen yet. We've got people still living in mouldy houses with no walls and no floors,
and not even in their own homes.
Yeah, not in their own homes.
At tops, I presently also have, you know, around 20 active clients on my caseload, but I think in the midst of it, we probably had about 30.
Yeah,
each.
I got up to about 40. I think I had 47 clients at one time. Yeah.
Okay.
And and we ended up with a heap of DPI clients as well. So it's ranging from people in homes to people
on the land,
properties and everything as well. So a lot of it is navigating all of the systems and trying to actually access grants and that sort of stuff, because a lot of our people in our community can't navigate technology.
And do you help them with insurance claims as well? Are you able to do that, or it's only accessing government grants and programs?
We can, but we haven't had to. I haven't had any clients who have had flood insurance, so I haven't had to go down that path with them. It's all been accessing government grants. I've had clients who have had insurance but not flood insurance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty general thing in the Clarence where a lot of people will not get flood insurance because it is higher, a lot higher, unless you're really lucky, like my parents. And randomly, I think they've been with NRMA for over 50 years, so they get special discounts and this and that, and they're on a little bit of a hill, and for some reason their insurance is a lot cheaper than a lot of people around them.
They're in the Clarence.
Yep.
River area. Okay.
Yep. My father-in-law, who's down the road, insurance was way too expensive for him to have for his property, and so he didn't have flood insurance. And then when he contacted the insurance company about the floods, they stated that it was tidal damage when it wasn't, because it's in a swamp.
Yeah, it's in a river area. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Senator Sheldon.
Yeah, thanks. Just the issue raised about and thanks for sitting in for a good part of the day too, because from the evidence that you heard before, and I'm particularly interested in your evidence and experience from the Clarence, to see the similarities that have occurred from the earlier evidence from different parts of the Northern Rivers. The fact that there's some examples, specific examples you might be able to give us of people that have been charged the same rate regards to the fact that they're not as high risk, that there's just been a desktop decision by an insurance company that this is what I'm going to charge everybody, regardless of circumstances. Can you give us some specific examples of either pricing or
Not
people's names, obviously.
No, that's fine. Natalie's got all the insurance information here with the reports in regards to the Clarence Valley.
Maybe you want to, if you give us a little bit of a highlight, but maybe is it too much to ask if you could give us that information on notice as well, which might make it a bit easier for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if there's things there that you'd like us to keep in confidence, by all means, point that out to us. Particularly if there's specific people that are named, we would want to avoid that.
Yep. So we come in the top 3 LGAs with highest flood risk down in the Clarence.
Yeah, and it's not just flood risk either. So we've floods, bushfires, and then cyclones as well. So we're
all
one
natural
of the
disasters.
One of the top tiers for having cyclones.
And then when you do the comparison with individual residences and properties that are less at risk, if you've got some variance between obviously the 2030 cloud is obviously a deep concern for everybody.
Yep.
But with the insurance companies that are offering something at the moment, is there a band? Is there what sort of insurance are they charging, even for places that are not at high risk because of where they're situated in the Clarence Valley?
So personally, in my experience, I live 4 doors from the river, right in the middle of the CBD. I do have flood insurance. However, I haven't had to access it. I wasn't impacted by the flood. My street is quite high, and then my home is a very old home, and I've got 7 front steps. It's like a big old Queenslander. And to the best of our knowledge, it's never had water through it. It's had water under it, but not through it. If I was, in the event that I was impacted by a flood and had to access insurance, I don't know how difficult it would be given all the fine print. And that's, probably something I need to investigate much further, especially after sitting in on this today. But again, I do know, as of December last year, when my policy was renewed and changed parties from Vero Insurance, which came under the banner of the Bank of Queensland, they switched over to Honey Insurance, which I believe is still coming under the banner of the Bank of Queensland. It escalated $140 per month in one foul swoop. So, and I believe it will be going up again in December this year, which again makes it, unaffordable.
If it's of assistance, and there's some, again, I don't want to overburden you because I know you're doing a lot in the community. But if there's other examples that come to mind that would be of assistance to the committee, because one of your example that you've just, and thank you for giving that personal evidence, it's very important, because it gives that, insurance companies find it hard to argue specific examples when there's such a blatant increase in price, rather than just giving a generalisation answer. They have to go to specifics and talk about real people and impacts. So if you have any other examples of that, by all means take that on notice. It doesn't have to be exhaustive, but if there are some other examples of that nature, that would be of assistance to us.
And it's interesting, there was an article in the Clarence Independent not long ago, and that's our local newspaper. And so in Grafton, an average house on the Clarence Street, which is a street in the middle of town, insured for $800,000 with $80,000 worth of contents, would cost $6,165 a year with Amy, $8,394 with GIO, $13,112 with NRMA, and Budget Direct does not offer any insurance in that location, so for the postcode. And then this article also has other little towns around the Clarence, so in Yamba, Iluka, Maclean, Elmira, Lawrence.
Are you aware of what the bank's responses have been on any particular cases when the insurance is either getting to a point where people aren't able to maintain either the mortgage repayments because of the insurance costs, or what they have said they do if you don't take the higher insurance, which is all but unmanageable?
I'm not sure about that, but I have been informed that individuals are taking out home loans with insurance policies, paying flood coverage, and then after they've got the mortgage and started paying the mortgage, then get rid of flood cover. Like within a couple of months, gone, and they don't pay it because it's not affordable.
Which can raise all sorts of complications for individuals.
Yeah, I've not done that as yet.
Probably won't explore that right at the moment too far.
But yeah, I do know of that actually happening quite regularly in certain areas.
And I think one standout for me, and an observation that I've made in the past few months, professionally and personally, is seeing there are so many riverfront properties on the market in the Clarence Valley at the moment.
People are moving out.
Yeah, people are moving away from the river. Yeah. And whether that's to do with insurance or fear, it could be a combination of the two.
I might just put on notice, because it doesn't have to be a complicated response, but even if it's anecdotal without, and you may want us to take the evidence in confidence, so that we don't make it public. But the question of how the banks have been responding to the insurance question is also an aspect of the chain of pressures that apply for homeowners, and the pressures on that the insurance companies can apply. Mr. Walford, I wanted to just ask you about your the business situation now. With the insurance increase, you might just explore just a little bit of that, the sort of pressures that puts on to the business and commercially, and with the new premiums they gather they've placed upon you. And I'll just do a follow-up question from that as well.
Yes, well, there's certainly, I can't remember the number exactly, but the premiums have certainly risen enormously. The big problem, of course, is it's not just the money, the emotional stress of going through this process when you're trying to run a business anyway, and then the constant dealing and arguments with the insurance company. No one wants to believe anything you say. It doesn't matter what documentary evidence you put in there, there's always something else. You always seem to have that feeling they're just trying to wear you down till you give in. But you can't afford to give in because it's just too much money. I mean, we were lucky, I guess, just through circumstances that we could keep going, but, for a lot of people, they would have just closed down. Because unless you could go in and strip the place out, and, it's all new bedding, all new carpets, all new curtains, and then things still keep going wrong now because after 6 months to 12 months, the bar fridges start rusting out underneath, so they all have to be replaced. And then all the power points are starting to rust, so they all have to be replaced. It goes on and on and on. And you're still waiting for the money, but you're still spending. But you have to get it up and running as quickly as possible because that's the only income you've got. So yeah, you just sort of feel it at the start, which I've heard so much today. Everybody comes in and it's, yes, we'll help you and everything's wonderful and we won't forget you, and that's good for that week. And then the next week, yesterday's fish and chips.
Have you, one of the, sorry, two things. Have you been able to get access to other assistance, financial assistance from some of the funding that's been available for businesses as well? Has that been available to you?
No. No. I think we had some relief at the time in that we didn't have to pay the landlord for 3 months, but then we had to make it up to him afterwards. It didn't really make a lot of difference in the end. It was just helpful with cash flow at the time.
It sounds extremely, a lot of, great deal of pressure. What's some of the solutions, Mr. Walford, do you think that the committee should be considering in light of the impact that's been having on your business and it's a personal business as well, so it's a personal impact and business impact. What are some of the things this committee should be considering as some of a suite of solutions?
I know it's easy to say, but it almost feels like the insurance companies are not accountable at all. I mean, for heaven's sake, why do you take out insurance? And I know they have to argue their case and not pay out frivolously, but it's pretty hard when the evidence is all there. You sort of, you feel like the Cassandra of the flood world or something. Tell the truth, but no one believes you. It's there needs to be some accountability, I feel, some fairness in the system. I'm not quite sure how you do that. I can only assume that governments step in, but that gets sort of pretty murky water. But it would be nice to think that there was someone that was going to help out without having to go through this horrible process and end up, I suppose we'll end up at the Ombudsman or somewhere, trying to get some sort of result. Because that's, a big chunk of our retirement.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Mr. Walford. Thanks for your evidence.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I think what you've said, Mr. Walford, we heard this morning as well, Mr. Walford, that I think someone told us that experiences with insurance companies were worse than the actual disaster that happened. And I mean, that is just horrendous and it is pretty disgraceful. And I think, would you agree with Mr. Walford that there needs to be some sort of accountability, some more transparency with the insurance company? I mean, they're still making profits. While everyone else is suffering.
And consistency, the variations between the different agencies is ludicrous.
Hours on the phone, then they change the representative, or they don't answer at all.
And they're basically getting away with it at the end of the day.
Meanwhile, you're going through hell.
That's right. Now and then, you may not be able to be insured at all after all this, trauma as well.
I can't even begin to imagine when you talk about, just individuals not even back in their houses yet or anything. I mean, the stress factor was bad enough for us. But
That's right, absolutely.
I just...
And Ms. van der Klaar, you were saying that, and I'm presuming that's anecdotal, that many people are not insured for flood in the Clarence. That's anecdotal? There wouldn't be any place to get a better picture of that? And that's because it's too expensive now? Yeah, that's mainly the reason.
Yeah.
It's too expensive. And you said you are insured.
I am
tomorrow. You
insured.
said 576 a month?
529. And that's a lot of money, and that's only because we can afford it presently. You know, in the event our contract finishes, we've had an extension. We are employed until the end of June next year, and hopefully, you know, there's an offer of permanency there due to the Resilient Homes program being managed the way it is, but it's only because I can only just afford it at the moment. But if I was to, you know, have to find employment elsewhere that wasn't as well paying as my present role, or heaven forbid if, you know, my husband had to take 6 months off work, it would certainly be unaffordable.
Yeah, and for many people it might be. Do you think people are making choices? Cost of living crisis is raging. Choices between insuring,
and paying their power bill.
exactly, or rent, power bill, food, all
or
of
paying
that.
their mortgage.
It's all very compounded, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And just in regards to that, you're talking about our client load. We have a lot of clients who, you know, they become inactive with our service, but then they re-engage because the trauma is becoming, you know, quite prevalent, and they're seeking mental health supports. That's happened for several of our clients. So, you know, it's impossible to put a time frame on recovery, and, you know, with the complexities of, you know, all this nonsense around insurance, I can only imagine that it would just exacerbate and evoke all of, you know, this past trauma. So
it's not sustainable as well, people not being able to insure their homes, especially given that, you know, these disasters will increase and they will continue in the future. So we've spoken to others about their ideas of how insurance can be made more affordable for businesses and for, you know, for homes. And should governments intervene? And there have been some ideas about, you know, governments putting money into the reinsurance pool to make it affordable and others. I'm just wondering if any of you think any of those ideas should be considered.
I liked the idea of a pool and a government-run pool. I also think that it should be taken on a case-by-case value, not so much a postcode value. You know, we can have a lot of hills and valleys and mountains. The 2460 postcode is also an incredibly broad one as well as the 2480 of Lismore. Again, we've got people who are living at the top of a hill. You know, why should they be paying the same amount as somebody down next to the river? It's unjust, and it's not viable. So that's my opinion.
Yeah. How about you, Ms. van der Klaar? I mean, we know with you know, climate change, this is going to happen more and more. Do you have a view on how to tackle this?
I think, yes, an insurance pool would be a great idea. I also think, as something you were mentioning earlier about the coal industry and the mining, I think taxing them and using that money somehow in a pool as well would be helpful.
Like polluter pays for everything is, you know, it's a principle.
To a degree,
yeah. And Mr. Walden.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is certainly fair about the different levels of insurance depending on where you live. I mean, unfortunate things are going to happen because, like, there's never been a flood in living memory where we are. But also the drains got blocked in the streets as well, which, you know, that was why the storm flooded us in the first place. Apart from, you know, having king tides at the same time, it was just a sort of a whole lot of events coming together. I guess a pool could be a good way going forward.
So a government should, step up and put money. Yep. Is that what you're saying? Yep.
But yeah, certainly it's a ridiculous situation to have people on the hill paying the same insurance risk as people on the flats.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Thank you very much. We're coming to the end of the day, but before we do end, I just want to say if anyone here today or listening into the hearing needs support, because we have been through quite a few horror stories and trauma, and people are re-traumatized. So please contact Lifeline on 131114, Beyond Blue on 1300224636, or Headspace on 1-800-650-890. I really want to thank you all for being here today and sharing your insights and experiences. This concludes the committee's hearing for today, and I really sincerely want to thank all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today, and where witnesses have taken questions on notice, and I think you have probably. The committee requests that information be provided within 2 weeks by Friday, 23rd August 2024. However, please liaise with the Secretariat if additional time is required. And I do also want to thank the Secretariat, Dr. Jane Thompson and Annika Khwaja, for their incredible assistance today and throughout the inquiry and many inquiries before this. Thank you also to Hansard and Broadcasting and my two colleagues, Senator Sheldon and Senator Sharma. The committee now stands adjourned. Thank you. Thank you very much.